Atlanta may look the same, but it feels different.
I got loyalty and blood. I do anything for love.
I'm gonna make a difference with my music. I just need to know that you're all in.
But you're defending for your friend.
What you're doing is stepping in some shit that has nothing to do with you.
It does. If you text me, it has something to do with me.
For me right now, it's dark. And I'm looking for the light.
They see people going up for our pictures and stuff, but they don't know what it takes to get to that point.
Don't sit here and say, oh, well, you weren't there. You can't have an opinion on it. You asked for that opinion.
It's not that I don't see you or I don't want to see you.
I don't care who
Let me
you
tell
see.
My point exactly. Oliver,
That's what happened.
you keep saying my name. Do you see that shit?
I was raised by the wolves. Ain't say fool.
All y'all hoes ain't got it.
You on this cast, the only reason you came back to this motherfucking group, bitch, is because of me. Bitch, you got in a fight with me, the big dog.
I was raised by the wolves. Ain't say fool.
Chasing Atlanta season 5, bitch.
Welcome to Dallas, Texas, where everyone wants to be. The city is big, but our community is small.
Will's got the heat.
There's tons of fun, but there's also a lot of drama.
Right there.
We're the new kids on the block. They call us rookies. Dior is the one who's going to get to the bottom of things. Nothing gets past.
So what had you late? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right into it before you even got a drink. You just went right
Yeah, I just had to go right into it because I...
Glenn is definitely going to keep you laughing and will question anything that doesn't make sense.
So, what the fuck just happened up there? How did you get stuck?
Fanning. All I can say about him is he's goofy, wild, really quiet. It's a wild combination, I know.
I like gods and girls biologically. End of the story.
Solo, he's definitely gonna laugh at everything, but you'll have to wait to see what our dynamic gives.
You're not gonna do nothing. Yeah.
And then there's me, Quan. Wild, crazy, banji, you know what's going on.
That's all I want to clear. It didn't come from me though. It didn't come from me though. It didn't come from me.
I know that Dallas may look like Quan, but trust me, it's not what it seems. And this is Rookies.
I'ma need safety. Tell her I can't snake me. Ray gun off safety. My girl so tasty. Tell her it's your world. She want the two-tone spaceship.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel, bitch. Okay? Yes. Yes, honey. Please like, comment, subscribe, and share because we all know that sharing is caring. Okay? What's the tea? Miss Buddha girl, you a wrinkly bitch. You are a wrinkly girl. Wrinkly. Child. Anyway. Thank y'all for joining me. I know it's been a little minute. And I know that I scared some of the girls. The children was like, oh my God, you're going to be gone for the rest of the year. Until I saw this season finale and the goddamn Static Shock reunion, bitch. Girl, I felt like Storm was conjuring one of her old nasty lightning powers, bitch. Okay? I was through. So I said, girl, I'm sorry, I cannot do my folks the disservice of not giving my motherfucking opinion. And I said, I want to do this a little bit differently. So today will be a different type of day. It's going to be a busy evening. I have sent out invitations to many reviewers, cast members of the show, and any other person that would like the link that is either a reviewer in some way or just has an opinion. There's going to be a lot of popping on and popping off. Everyone that's coming here today or that wants to come here today, you don't have to stay for long. You can say what you need to say and then you can keep it moving, okay? If that's how you want to do it. So that's what we're going to be doing here today. So you don't know who's going to pop in, child, all right? Mainly we're going to be talking about chasing reality as a whole, honey. Because they are the reference point, child, in my humble opinion. I'm just going to keep it real. They are the ones to turn to, honey. Hello, God. They are the most consistent, and they're the most that has been elevating. Let's just be honest here, bitch. Okay? Yes, God. So mostly we're going to be talking about chasing reality as a whole. Obviously, we got to get into the minutiae as it pertains to chasing Dallas in this drag of a season, child, okay? And this tired-ass, late-ass Static Shock reunion, honey. That abruptly, girl, when the bullets go to flying and they touching the green with the spirit, hallelujah, bitch, we have to end the goddamn live. You know what I'm saying? But, child, we'll get into that, okay? Yes. And I just want to acknowledge the people that are up in the motherfucking building, honey. Hello, God. Yes. What's up, Close Enough, hun? How are you? Welcome to the platform. Boogie L, hey. Jace, how are you? Jeff, hey, boo. Yes. Dre the Stallion, what's T? Kim, hey. What's up, Abby? How are you, boo? Aaron, what's good? Elay, hey. TTB, hey. Yes, take your time. There's no rush here. We chilling tonight. We chilling. Like I said, you have the ability to pop on and pop off. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Miss Detroit? We have someone that just came into the building, honey. Hello, God. Welcome. Really, BTV is here with the kids, honey. Hey.
Hey, boo.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm in a better mood these days.
You had a little nervous talking about something. I see y'all in 2022. I said, no, the hell he not.
Well, that was before I saw the because I tuned in to the premiere and like right in the middle, and I was like, child, with all of that static energy, that kinetic energy from that synthetic wig that Miamani was wearing, it was very difficult for me to hear, and I value my motherfucking eardrums. So I had to cut it off and get ready for work anyway. So I was like, let me catch it, throughout my shift. And when I saw the episode coupled with, the reunion, if that's what we want to call it, I said, oh, I can't let this slide by without giving my 2 cents.
I understand. How's everybody doing in the chat? Hello to everybody in the chat.
What's up, Lisa Smith? How you doing? But yeah, funny. And plus, I didn't review episode 11, so I was like, you know what, this is a good opportunity to kind of loop all that shit.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I ain't done a review,
Okay. What's up, Yolanda?
But I ain't even go front. There were times when I wanted to say some things, and I was like, nah, I'm going to stay over here in the corner.
Spicy Original. Hey, Todd, how you doing, honey? And we're also
Soulful Dog. Hey, Soulful Dog. That's my boo thing.
Hey. We'll also be talking about, just web series in general and some things, in the LGBT community as we move on.
Hey,
But like I said,
hey.
Yes, honey, we're going to get into some things.
Okay.
I'm waiting on one of my boos to come through, honey.
Hey, Aaron.
Oh, and y'all, I want Dior on here. One of y'all share this with Dior because we're not going to let
coming up here.
This season is not going to go by without at least someone having an opportunity to sit down and talk to Dior. He ain't finna slide by. Come call him to the stage, honey.
I love me some Dior, honey.
I love him too, but he got to open up. I want to know what's the tea.
Now, in the season finale, he said he was single.
Well, he actually mentioned it throughout the season earlier. Remember when they were sitting down at the golf place and he was talking about the scamming issue?
Okay, so let me be honest with you about something. I have not watched a full episode since I started reviewing the show. I sort of just kind of scrolled through it. So I missed that whole story. I knew about what happened with the shop, but I missed like the whole thing playing out. So no, I didn't know that him and his boyfriend had broken up. I'm sorry to hear that because I'm sorry to hear it if it was I don't want to say that and if it was a toxic or a bad situation, you know what I mean? But right. I know that they were really, they were together.
That's why I think, I'm not saying people owe us anything, but I think the thing with Dior that fucked with me a lot this season and even last season too, to be honest with you, but I think we got a little more of him during season 2 and plus watching him on the treat. So there was this illusion that we knew him. And I think the disservice is not walking us through certain parts of your life, especially with the business situation. I really do believe, like I stated in one of my reviews, that we would have been more emotionally invested in him and that whole scamming situation if, when they introduced his business by way of him and his friend / business partner walking through Home Depot. We didn't see you buy anything, and we sure as hell didn't see you build anything. So we saw the aftermath. It would have been cute if we would have caught that moment. It would have been a perfect situation for the cast to come through for a little bit and make it a group scene. Watching Dior build his business. Because guess what? You stated, and I quote, it was 10 months before you were basically, realizing that you was frauded out and that you didn't have a place anymore. So you had all that time to film your process. So when you did come out and tell us that you were scammed, I feel like the people would have been a little more invested in the moment.
A little more invested in that storyline.
You know what I mean? And the whole boyfriend thing, like you don't have to tell us everything, but I feel like since that is an obvious devastation to you, and that could be the reason why we don't see you open up or really being yourself this season.
You got a troll. You have a mod in the chat. You got a troll.
Child, get this bitch up out of here.
Abby brought up a good point. Abby, I don't know if you're busy right now, but you and your microphone, because Abby brought up a good point. They don't control what we see, so that's a valid point.
Ooh, child, his game is strong, honey.
Oh yeah, them trolls, they're bots, so they just, child. It take a minute. But that's a valid point. They don't control what we see. Now, that's true.
Girl, this bot may have some power. I can't take him out.
Let me see.
Wow.
Do you have any more mods in the room? Because you're just going to have to keep. You're going to have to just keep. This happened in a room that I modded for, and people were like acting like I wasn't modding, and I was like, I am trying, but it's something I don't know. The fourth.
Jace, aren't you a mod? Can you tackle that bitch to the floor, please?
Okay, it's deleted. No, it's gone. It's gone on their end. It's gone in the chat.
Okay, because I'm like, girl, that thing
Cat
said
he on it. Hey, boo, where's my cat's meow?
He probably
now
gonna
listen,
be coming.
Cat, listen. Me and you need to talk about some things.
Okay.
I ain't talked to Cat in a minute.
So yeah, child, this season, I just, there was a lot of missed opportunities with certain storylines. Even the Markel and his sister situation, loved the moment, but it didn't fit the episode. The same way George and his mother, even him visiting his father's grave, it just did not fit the episode. A lot of things were rushed. I just wasn't, this was very low vibrating as fuck. I was very disappointed.
Disagree a little bit with that. I'm gonna disagree a little bit with that. I feel like, I mean, I don't know how much more lead up we would need. I mean, we saw George. We had the whole conversation with him explaining the situation with his dad and the relationship with his dad, and him going to visit his dad's grave. And then we see him and his mom talking a little bit about, his dad and everything. And I don't know. I feel like we didn't have enough of those kinds of moments, but I feel like that moment was pretty good.
I'm not saying I have a problem with the moments. I'm just saying I just don't think that it fit the episode. You can't go from an extreme high to an extreme low.
Well, we saw Robert Ray with his mom, and I don't know. That didn't really bother me. I felt like that was, I don't know. I don't know. I just think we didn't get enough. Like the fact that this was season 3, and like, did y'all know that Markel had a twin? You know what I mean? Like, did we know that before this?
I knew that.
Well, you knew that because of outside conference. You didn't know that because of the show.
I think so. I think he mentioned it.
Okay, well then I take that back. I didn't know then, I guess. I knew, but I didn't know because of the show.
Well, Markel did a pretty good job of keeping his personal life separate. Like, people still don't know publicly, like, who he's actually with. I think he does a good job of keeping his private life private. And that's the thing I do like about him. I loved what you stated in the live that y'all did on Ebby's channel when you said that, girl, let's cut the bullshit and let's get into the real minutia of things, that we were purview to a lot of T girl. Like way before. And we did the best that we could do, girl, by trying to give unbiased perspectives in our reviews. So if people didn't like us for the season that we did, you really wouldn't have liked us, bitch, if we would have came at things as we knew them, if that makes sense. So I'll be trying to tell people, like, okay, girl, I'm gonna give y'all the benefit of the doubt, because not everyone is worthy to be praised. Not everybody is worthy to have tea that we have. And the reason people give us tea is because we shut the fuck up.
Right. Exactly. We know stuff because we don't say stuff. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I think also we got a lot of insight. And I said this last night on TTV's channel. Shout out to TTV. But I think that the Justice League formed because really around Chase and Dallas. And honestly, I have to give YB a lot of credit for the Justice League being a thing, because he really was the one reaching out and getting a lot of those interviews. And then he invited us, and then it became a thing, and we rotated channels and stuff like that. But it really started with you reaching out to a lot of those people at the beginning of season 2 of Chase and Dallas, because we had so many new cast members season 2 that we didn't know. We didn't know George. We didn't know Ariel. We didn't know Dior and Trey Howard, Trey Womack, who, well, he's the only one that we never.
Child, we didn't get a chance to interview him or his mini wigs, honey.
See, that's why we didn't get no interview. But we interviewed everybody from season 2 except Trey Womack. And I think that also helped us out a lot, because, you get a lot more information after the interview, backstage. People share things that are going on. So that's how that's how we sort of kind of started getting some of the tea.
Yeah.
But then people realized that we could keep our mouth shut. So yeah, I know for me, I said this last night, and I'll keep saying it, because people, after I did an interview with Markel yesterday, and I've had a couple of comments under the video where people are acting like I was hating and I was doing this and doing that. And I really wasn't. First of all, that interview was already scheduled weeks ago. I hadn't announced it. But Markel and I had already scheduled that interview weeks ago because I knew that he had those new projects coming out, and it was supposed to help sort of be a springboard into the new projects. But after the way the season went down and the way that reunion went down, of course we're going to talk about it. Right. I mean, of course we're going to talk about it. There are things to talk about, you know?
Right.
And so, you know.
Which is perfect timing because, like, now that everybody been talking on shit publicly, now we have a little wiggle room with the tea, with some of the tea.
Right.
Like, that's what I was living for when Markel busted the girls down with, like, bitch, y'all hoes know that shit was fake for season 2, and that's why Reesei was really mad. Bitch, that's some of the tea we had already knew. And I was like, girl, thank you so much for making that public, because at the end of the day, that's one of the things that really fucking bothered me. Because we already know Markel is not a violent type of person. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now, let's be real.
And that's a perfect example of, I think, some of what we were talking about with, well, hey, Ebbs and your mic. But I think that's there she go. Look.
Hello.
But I think that's a perfect example of what we're talking about as well, because last season, I know the Justice League as a collective, we gave Markel the blues over that bullshit. We publicly, even now in the beginning, we suspected, but we didn't know. And then we got confirmation somewhere during the season. But we gave him the blues about that storyline. We gave him the blues about how he was acting, about how shady he was in the confessionals. Like, we did. And he took that shit in stride. Like, he just took it in stride. The same thing with George. We used to lay George out, and he took it in stride. And when we invited him to come on and talk to us, he came. He answered all of the questions that we had for him. He took whatever it was, and he kept it moving. And I think what a lot of these, to talk about the web series as a whole, I think the disadvantage that for us as bloggers is that we're in such close contact that the bullets, they throw the bullets and they sort of hit, versus if I'm reviewing a Love and Hip Hop and I might be saying something about Stevie J. Stevie J don't give a damn about what I'm saying. Every once in a while, somebody might respond, but for the most part, they take that shit in stride and they keep it moving. But with these web series, I guess because we're in such close proximity and they come in our DMs and they make personal attacks, and it does go to a different level. And so I think that's the other thing people have to understand about us reviewing these shows is shit gets personal with us sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've all been attacked. So
true and correct.
Child, to the point of all out war on a bitch, child.
Okay. Okay. I mean, the only time Abby has ever come out of her character was as somebody on one of these shows.
Ooh.
Okay.
My thing is this, and I say this all the time, girl. If you can't stand the heat in this old kitchen, you're not going to be able to stand it on the grand stage, girl. Like, when you're being judged by the real motherfuckers of life, millions of views. Come on now. Let's be real. You're going to want to kill yourself, girl. We're going to be at your funeral.
But my thing is, stop acting like you're not acting a fool on TV and we can't talk about it. Like, you are out here, like, I mean, just to throw it out there, for example, you are out here in the middle of the street fighting. Ain't nobody supposed to say nothing about that. We're not supposed to have an opinion. We're not supposed to feel no kind of way.
But girl, we saw you. You were standing in the middle of the street. We saw the whole thing.
We saw you.
We can, with our good eyes, we saw you, daughter. What you mean?
I extended an invitation to Reesei tonight. He said he's traveling, so he can't come. So I'm just going to ask. I'm just going to make this statement here anyway, because I was going to say to him regardless. I know you're watching everything as we are. Can you openly admit that, at least by the optics, if we just want to say that without putting all of the blame that we know that is deserved on him, right? But let's just remove that part. Just if you're looking at it from the optics of it, can you admit that your narcissism knows no bounds?
Oh.
I don't know.
You thought he was going to answer that?
Right. You really thought he was going to answer that?
Well, because you have to look at it from, you have to take, sometimes you have to, a good professional should be able to remove their personal bias out of any situation that they're linked to in order to have a clear understanding of what the fuck people are actually saying and their thought process behind what they're saying. And I'm sorry if you can't see that for yourself, and all of us, including the viewers, even some of your own stands, openly admit, like, girl, this doesn't look cute. You're obviously manipulating situations and people, the whole thing with Trey Howard. I also extended an invite to Trey Howard as well. So if these people are available, please come up. You don't have to stay for long. You can just pop in and pop out, girl. I just really think it's important to know that there's a reason why these people have shifted. Season 1, season 2, season 3, we have the retreat. We have these moments that transcend even the show's platform into their own realities that breach off into the public as well. And then that's when all of us have our opinions about your character, your integrity as an individual, a friend.
Listen, I just want to know what happened, because at one point, Reesei could take the criticism with all of the professionalism. Oh, you're just doing your job. I know that. Blase, bloom, blue. And it wasn't an issue. I want to know what switched to where you started taking everything personally. Because it wasn't always like that. Because we used to give Reesei the blues, and he would come on the panel and chat with us. And even if we gave him the criticism to his face, he would be able to accept it, take what he needed, and remove the rest of it.
That's a good point.
When did he stop doing that?
Now,
when did he start taking it all on personally?
And not even just that, though, deflecting.
Right.
And there's a lot of transference there too. Like, girl, you have to take ownership and accountability of the things that you say, the things that you do to people. And you have to also validate that people have feelings and they have experiences with you. Whether you want to believe that or not, that person, these people, plural, more than one, have these grievances with you. Markel did not want to even end the relationship completely. It was Reesei who was like, girl, well, fuck it. He gave you multiple olive branches to say, like, we can still try to build on something, but it was him that said no, because you can't see the error of your own ways, girl. And in order to walk through this life the right way and to cultivate meaningful, long-lasting relationships, you're going to have to do the real work and reflect.
I think a perfect example, because I think, first of all, you have to have a self-awareness. And second of all, you have to be able to see something and say, okay, I see your point in that. And I think a perfect example of Reesei being in that moment of delusion, I guess, was in the finale when he was telling Ariel what happened in Vegas. Not the sage. Okay, boo.
Gotta cleanse the spirits, girl.
I know that's right.
Oh my God.
I'm about to get wrapped up in my feelings on these hoes, child.
And Carrie D, and when Reesei was telling Ariel that all I said was to support friends and lovers, and that's a new show on the network, and it's coming back for season 2. And Carrie was like, nah, Reesei, that's not what you said. What you said was, y'all need to go over there and watch it because they need the views. And Ariel was like, now see, that's two different things. And I think that's the whole point that everybody was trying to get Reesei to understand all season, and he wouldn't accept that. And so when people say, oh, we're picking on Reesei, oh, da-da-da-da-da-da, no, that's the point. If Reesei would say, you know what, I was being shady, I felt the way I felt, and it was the way it was. And he finally admitted that in one of his lives. He did a live, you know, he be going live all the time. But one of his lives he did in the last maybe 2 weeks, he finally said, look, that happened 6 months ago. I was in my feelings. I was hurt. I loved Markel. I really lost a friend. And I truly felt like he stole my show. If he had just stood in that, I don't think anybody would have faulted him for that, because if that's how you felt, I can't tell you how to feel. I can't tell you what your experience is, but what you were doing was pretending like you weren't doing that. I didn't throw shade. All I did was tell people to go watch the show. No, you were absolutely being shady as fuck. And just stand in it.
And that's all Trey Howard was trying to convey. And that's where it goes into narcissism, because when someone is openly telling you about the behaviors that they're not the only ones witnessing, but Trey Howard's going to be real enough to pull you to the side and say, look here, bitch, I'm noticing some things and I want to call you out on it. Do you want to be surrounded by yes men, because yes men are dangerous. They'll lead you down a dangerous path. Can someone snipe that bitch for me again, please? Thank you.
What? They are relentless. Damn.
You want to you want to again, yes, people will send you to a dangerous place where you'll have no recovery, but a real friend will put that mirror up on your motherfucking ass and let you see the error of thy ways.
Yeah.
So that's why I felt like there was such a dismissiveness towards Trey Howard in that moment, because it's like, girl, I don't want everyone to see what the fuck you're talking about. So let me pull you to the side. No, girl, if this is the only place I can talk to you, because that's what the lemon squeeze was for. You wanted to talk to these people while the cameras were on, but what you didn't expect was for them to throw that big ass mirror up at your ass and air out their grievances on their experiences with you.
I mean, even to the point where Oliver Twix was in the chat going, Reesei, I love you, boo, but Markel ain't lying. That's exactly what happened. Like when and Dario, excuse me, is saying, listen, Markel did not steal lovers. Like when you at what point are you going to say, listen, this is my personal point of view on it, and live in that? And it's okay to say that's how I felt. It's okay if he feels like, if he truly in his heart of hearts feel like that show was stolen from him, that is fine. But stop acting like that's not what you're doing, and stop acting like it's not a problem, because it is. If I felt like Ebby stole something from me, she stole it. That's my opinion, and I'm not letting go of that shit. But but don't sit here and keep smiling and going, girl, I'm okay, girl. Girl, no, girl. And then every chance she walk away, I'm like, Ebby stole that shit, right? She stole it. Like, you can't, it just can't be both. And I'm not saying that Markel is innocent. I'm not saying Markel holds no responsibility for the way things went down. Like, he agreed to do the fake storyline. It took two to do that. Well, more than two, but that's another conversation. But it's like and I think that's all Trey was trying to do. And even at the tennis thing, when Reesei was like, well, Trey, this isn't a time or place, and he was like, but I've been trying to call you and you won't call me back. So this is the only time I can talk to you, because you won't come and you won't talk to me.
That's just
my boo, Carrie D.
Hi, Carrie J. Blige.
Let's talk about something positive. Can I tell you that show that Carrie put on at that season finale was everything?
It was.
And I was here for all of it.
It was. That was great. Moving back to the toxicity. Okay. So, listen, Reesei seems to be like, he doesn't want to address anything unless he can control the environment when it's being talked about. Like when Trey started to go off at the end of the reunion, Reesei had no control at that juncture. That's why he ended it the way that he ended it. And if you are not going to be man enough to accept your friend's phone call and have the conversation, then wherever you show out is where I show out. I'm sorry. I learned that as a parent. If my kid falls out in the middle of the fucking grocery store, well, that's where you wanted it. This is where you wanted to show out. Well, here I go. Show out. Both of us is finna show out, and then you finna get your ass whooped in the middle of this grocery store, because that's where you decided you wanted to act up at. So, you refuse to do it behind the scenes and have it done in decency and order. So now I got to come out and act a monkey on you in front of everybody, because clearly you want the histrionics. You didn't want the private conversation where we sit down and get real and be serious and have a serious conversation, friend to friend. You didn't want to do that because you refused to take my phone calls and you wouldn't talk to me. Okay, so now you somewhere where you got to see my face and you have to talk to me. You have to engage. So here we go.
Yeah. Because what I don't like is when you address people, and I feel like that's the realest niggas shit you could do, is like walk up on a bitch that has the problem and confront them. Not to fight them, but to get some understanding and clarity. That way we don't have that confusion. And I love that type of shit. I love those types of people. But what I hate is the bitch that will walk away and try to deflect and transfer over all their bullshit to other people. Like, no, girl, we have to sit you still. We could tie this bitch to a chair, girl, and about to waterboard her ass just so she can take some type of ownership. Because the thing about Reesei is you really, really, really want to love that bitch. There's something about the bitch that you love, but there's something about the bitch that you love to hate, because it's just like, girl, you keep falling into these pitfalls. And it's just like, girl, people are really out here Tyra Banks status rooting for you, girl. But you keep disappointing us with your motherfucking behaviors.
Exactly. And I'm a real friend. I'm not going to let you, first of all, you are, if I say that I'm your friend, that means that you are a reflection of me. And I'm not going to have my friend out here looking crazy, doing crazy shit, and I don't speak to it.
Yeah.
That's just the bitch that I am. And if I have an issue with somebody, I'm going to walk up to them and say, because I hate when people come to you and say they said. No, what are their names? Because I'm going to go to them and talk to them about it, since they have much to say. And if I ever said something about somebody and somebody walked up on me and said, I heard you said X, Y, and Z, then my answer is going to be, yes, I said it. What is the issue? Because why? You can't beat my butt. What you going to do? But talk about it. If it hurt your feelings and that was not my intention to hurt your feelings, then I'm a big enough person to be able to I do apologize, because that wasn't my intention. But the truth is the truth, beloved. And this is what the truth is. Now we can talk it out until you come around and get out your feelings about it. And I may apologize if the intention was not to hurt your feelings. But the truth is the truth, baby. Sometimes you got to get on the outside of the picture frame and look back at it so you can see what the fuck is really going on. And I
refuse to allow my friends or even just people that I know like that. Because, you know, people are so quick to say friend. Like, nah, girl, like, you got to start taking, like I was trying to tell Carrie D, honey, shout out to Mariah Carey, bitch. Levels to friendship. Sit a bitch down, have conversations. I'm not going to enable you, because what's going to happen is you're going to walk through life thinking that you're that bitch, or you have this inflated way of thinking. And it's just like, no, girl, because someone's going to fuck you up. Some people don't play about their shit, you know?
Very much so.
They really don't. What's up, Herman? Hey, baby.
You said very much so.
The cat's meow. Oh, girl, look at you. What's tea?
Look at him coming on. Wait a minute. What's happening? Who are you trying to pick up? What's going on? What's
me?
Yes.
No, I just got out the shower. No. And I have the heater on. That's all.
Fresh off the juices and the berries. Okay, I'm not mad.
Yes, God. I've been listening, and y'all ain't wrong. Y'all ain't wrong at all. I think what it comes down to is the fact that Reesei can't articulate that he feels like Markel stole an idea. That's all it was. I think he wanted to be the first person to bring a dating show to the Chasing Reality brand, and Markel beat him to it, and now he feels slighted. Because he can't feel like he's the first person to ever come up with a dating show idea. You know, like this isn't innovative at all.
We do for love a dating show? Ain't that a whole dating show? Ain't The Bachelorette, The Bachelor, Ready to Love? I mean, those are all dating shows. Beloved, it's not. The original dating show was called The Dating Show. Sir, this is not a new idea. There's nothing new under the sun, beloved.
Exactly. Exactly. I think he just being extra for no reason. For no reason at all.
Yeah, you got the kids going crazy, girl.
Yeah. They is living for the
reality. Crazy, child. Stop it, I say, girl.
Lord.
Stop it, I say, honey.
I have been in the gym working out though, so
y'all back up off my boy.
Huh?
Come on, y'all gonna back up off my little brother now. That's my baby. Y'all gonna back up off Cat.
Listen, y'all got to get past us because we
we
ask the questions. Who are you?
Honey,
who
he's only looking for BDBs, bitch. Niggas with that motherfucking stack. Niggas with that coin. Okay. They can also fly his best friend out to Houston every other weekend. All expense paid. Thank you. And that purchase is Tika Natural Products. We appreciate it.
Wow. Now he trying to get benefits off your man for we get you the man. Wait a minute. Can we solidify the man first before we get extra benefits for the best friend?
Hello. Okay, let me get a man before we get the benefits kicked in.
What's up, Conscious?
Hi. Hey, Abby. Hey, Kat. Hey, YB.
What's T?
Not much. I just wanted to chime in on that whole friendship part because y'all was touching and agreeing with all of my spirit. And
yes,
I just want to say that a motherfucker can't even appreciate a real ass nigga in their life until they get real with their damn selves. One of the issues with these girls is that they settle for so little because see, I'm a pusher in my friendships. I'm a hard bitch to have a friendship with because accountability is everything. And if you tell me that you want all, but you settling for crumbs, I'm the friend who gonna call you out about the crumbs and the little you settling for. Now that may make our relationship contentious at that point, but to y'all's point, bitch, somebody got to do it. And if the people who claim they love you and want the best for you ain't gonna do it, bitch, I mean, who else is supposed to do it? So it takes being able to get really clear with yourself and understand what's really best for you, to understand who around you also has the same mind about what's best for you. Because when you unclear about that shit, you're gonna misidentify a lot of motherfuckers, and you're gonna have a lot of real ass hoes who you giving the title of problematic hoes to in your life. You're gonna have a lot of problematic hoes who you giving the title to of real assholes in your life when you are unclear about it. And I feel like when you love people, your job is to get ahead of them if you feel and see that they are not where they say they want to be in life. Yeah. Your job is to call that shit to the curb. So
for sure. For sure.
Absolutely.
I agree with all of that. Hell
right.
Yeah.
That's the Scorpio in us. You just can't tell us you want X, Y, and Z and we're your friend. We're gonna make sure that you get X because you said that's what you wanted. So we gonna push you to your greatness because we see the greatness in you. We gonna call it out of you. Now, if you're not ready for that, gonna leave us alone.
I'm like that. I am like that.
Preach that.
I stay on my friends. Like
exactly.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be all the time on my knees in petition for the Lord on your behalf. And
I love being on my knees. Oh, I love being on my knees. Hallelujah.
No, she meant praying. She meant praying.
I meant praying. Listen, I'm talking to the Lord. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We don't just listen.
It's called multitasking, honey.
You know what?
You know what? I'm not even gonna play with God on that level.
Please don't. Because listen, I talked to the Lord about you too. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Can you pray with
me? He's still working on me, child.
Is that wrong to pray? Can you not talk to God while you?
No, that's fornication.
You can. It seems rude, but you can. You can.
That's beyond rude. That's like blasphemy.
First of all, the Lord already knew it was going to happen. So
I've seen videos of people.
Well, I'm going to need him to send me a sign when he knows that this nigga finna last 5 damn minutes. That way I don't do all that preparation because I could have had that cookie. Because I could have had that chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream.
No! If that's what you wanted, then you should just ate the chocolate chip.
But I thought I was going to Pound Town for a couple of hours.
Jesus. God not gonna warn you about that though, boo. Like,
well, I'm gonna need to address the cards.
Listen, trust me, he'll give you a sign. That nigga gonna do something, you'll be like, "Ooh, pay attention, pay attention."
That's exactly how I be sometimes. Ooh,
keep your eyes
on. Well, he don't need to suppress it, so Jeff. He don't need to suppress nothing. That's part of the problem. Stop suppressing shit. Be who you are, stand in your shit. It is what it is.
And going to one free session of therapy because you had insurance at the time doesn't mean that you were healed.
Ooh.
That is the truth.
Reesei is a Scorpio.
Therapy is a walk. It's a journey.
It's the truth.
It's a whole walk. It absolutely is. And you know what? Sometimes you need
sometimes you backslide and you gotta pick yourself up and
Let
get back on
me
track.
say this real quick. Part of my life, of my early years, I was what I call on this platform, I suffered from raggedy bitch syndrome. I was a raggedy ass bitch. Nothing but darkness, honey. Seriously. I know what it is to be a sorry ass hoe. The journey, the walk to self-awareness is going to kick up some of the ugliest things that you never thought that you would confront in your life, girl. Yeah. Putting up that mirror of self-reflection, bitch, it is not easy. It is hurtful because you're going to have to hurt yourself. You're going to have to cry to yourself. You're going to have to slap the fuck out of yourself sometimes. Not on no stigmata shit, but bitch, you're going to go through some things. It's going to feel like a personal exorcism because you're removing that darkness from yourself, that thing that turns you into that raggedy bitch, that hurt, that trauma. You're addressing these things. You're confronting these things. A lot of these things you've pushed to the furthest corners of your mind trying to forget about, but you have no choice but to address them. And it's going to hurt. It's going to be, I went through a solitary moment in my life for a long time because I realized, first, one of the parts on the journey was I realized, girl, you're affecting people with your attitude. That's why your friends don't like your ass. That's why these things are happening to you because your energy is seeping through. And these people, real motherfuckers, they're not gonna tolerate that energy because their spirit defense system is going to spray you away from them, bitch. That bitch be gone. Bitch, be gone. Get away from my bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's how your spirit is going to defend you. So I had to do the work. You have to do the work, and it is sometimes a long journey. For others, short. It just depends on you and the stuff that you got to work out. But when so many people are telling you these things, and you obviously feel it because this whole time through part of season 2, the retreat, you were a little bit happy because I really felt like you were trying to do some things. I really honestly did. And then we see through this season, your attitude, the energy that is seeping through your fucking pores, we can sense it. Every time someone talks to you, you have this look on your face that if looks could kill, that bitch would be burned alive, girl. Because you're not willing to step into the realm of self-awareness to say, girl, I have to take ownership. And if you're scared, just say that. Because Lord knows I was. To confront those demons head on, girl, is a motherfucker. But that's why I'm the bitch today. I can stand in my own, and I can also give credence and life to people who are going through the struggles as well, too. One of the reasons I created this fucking channel. You gotta try to become full in who you're meant to be. You're not meant to be the same person you were years ago. The same person that people talk about. And trying to do too much, keeping yourself busy, doesn't leave you any time to do the work. So hopefully you're not rushing for the next thing. Take your time, girl. Work it slowly because you're. I was gonna do a music reference, but fuck that shit.
I'm sure it was Mariah Carey.
I was gonna say this.
No, I'm the type of girl that needs the type of guy that can make it last away. But it didn't relate. That's why I didn't do it.
Oh, Jesus.
All right.
I know.
Okay.
I agree.
The rushing part, you know, when I don't want nobody rushing. So, you know.
Amen. Well, first you have to accept that you have a problem. And I don't know that he accepts that he has a problem and he's the one that's in the wrong. That he needs to do some self-correction. Because if you don't think you're wrong, then it will always be a deflection. It'll always be someone else's fault. It'll never be nothing that you did wrong. It's always someone else. So if you can't accept that maybe there's an issue with you, am I the drama? Maybe I'm the drama.
I think
sometimes you got to ask yourself the questions. And sometimes you blinded and you're not in a place where you can ask yourself the questions because you don't think that you are the issue. The calls are coming from inside the house.
He needs to go to therapy. I think because I'm at a place in my life where I'm dealing a lot with my inner child. A lot. And I think he's dealing with that but doesn't know how to. So all of this is just a reflection of him trying to protect, but you're doing it in the wrong way because you don't know how. Instead of just realizing that these people, though they're cursing you out, lashing at you, saying whatever they're saying, none of these people really wish you any harm. So you need to stop like doing so. And like I was telling YB the other day, I don't like the fact that he always has a receipt. Why do you live your life in such a way that you feel like you have to have something in your back pocket to protect you? Why do you live your life like that? I ain't got no tea on nobody on this screen because I trust the people in my life. Like I don't, you know, why do I need that? Why do you need that, Reesei? Why do you feel that way about the people in your life? Why do you feel the need to support people and do all of these things? Like that says
And
a
if
lot.
you're an open, honest person and transparent, why do you why do you even need any of that? Like anybody, what receipt is you gonna pull that I haven't already explained about you can't shoot me up with my own shit. That's what I know.
Right. But like Kat said, why do you even think like that? Like, because what that says to me is that you go into situations with the worst intention. You go into a situation with the worst case scenario already set. I'm gonna walk into a quote unquote friendship with somebody already expecting to be betrayed or already expecting that they're gonna do something to me. And that's a horrible way to live because like Kat said, I don't even think like that.
Yeah.
Like I don't think like that.
And the thing about intention is it will fuck you up before you even can get into a situation. If you have raggedy bitch tendencies, you have the spirit of fuck shit, fakery, fuckery, and fraudulence, girl, and
yes, Reesei did that. While we were interviewing George, he was sending us information while we were interviewing him.
And Antonio and
no, he does it a lot. I've seen a lot of
it.
interviews.
A lot. That's
and it's just
that's
like
a pattern we have noticed about him.
And look here, I don't want people to think that this is the Reesei dump show. It's not that. The reason why so many conversations have surrounded him, his character integrity, relationships, and how he does whatever it is that he does, is because people actually care. If you're being called to the table a lot, if your name is always mentioned and there's these long drawn out passages about your motherfucking ass, it's because the people talking about it actually give a fuck. Because I think I can speak heavily for everyone on this panel at this very moment, girl, that, bitch, if we don't see it for your ass, you will never be mentioned. Actually, we will do your ass like Lord Voldemort, honey. He or she that will not be named. And we've done that before. We've acted like bitches don't even fucking exist. But we actually care.
And didn't mention that person's name.
Yes, we all care about Reesei, but if we took our emotions out of it, we're simply just talking about season 3. The whole season was about Reesei and somebody.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much.
Right. And that's the other thing when people say, "Oh, y'all just hating on Reesei, you hating." I'm like, but what else was there? If you take the Reesei and Markel drama out and just the Reesei drama out, what are we really left with? We saw
Ariel,
right? We saw Ariel working. We saw Carrie D working.
We saw Dior start to work, and then drama ensued with his.
Right. We saw Trey do a couple of styling gigs.
We saw Ray do some fingernails.
Right. But what other drama, quote unquote, was there left in this season?
There wasn't.
And the thing I said in one of my reviews too is when you see it designed that way, people, especially the Stan fans, you don't realize that you're being conditioned to need this person for that season. If that makes sense. You become, because people say, well, what would the show be without Reesei? Exactly. He's created situations where it has no choice but to be about him. On every turn, it had no choice but to bring Reesei's name up. Yeah. At every single turn. So you have no choice at that moment but to accept that he is there, or to be conditioned to believe that if he wasn't here, there would be no show. We'll never know because we never got a chance really to see what it would be like without him always being the path to everything. You feel me? So,
and I'll also say that season 3 was a larger scale version of the lemon squeeze. A lot of us in our reviews, because I was reviewing at the time, were saying, we feel bad for you, Reesei, but you literally called this on yourself. You held the lemon squeeze. You wanted all of this energy.
You sent out the shady invitations.
No, you literally welcomed this energy.
Set the tone.
And I compare that to season 3 because in season 2 you sent and sowed all of these seeds, and now that you're in a better place, it's not the universe's fault that you have to reap this harvest. You did this in season 2.
You sold it, so now
and
you gotta reap
come
it.
back to collect, bitch, and that's just what it is.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, y'all, there were no and somebody said something about there were no lessons learned, because I've seen him answer this question 2 or 3 times now, where somebody asked him about in his new productions, would he still be in front of the camera and behind the camera? And here's how you know that there were no lessons learned, because his response wasn't, no, I think it's best that I stay behind the camera. He said, well, I'm not going to get back in front of the camera until I've done some things physically that I want to fix.
Right. You want to
some ways, I want to fix my teeth. And then, but I'm going to be back in front of the camera. So you learn nothing.
But even if you I would have taken you saying, I got to go to therapy. I got to get my hair right, bitch. I got to duck off for a year or 2 and just really get me together. Everything was cosmetic. I need to lose this weight. I need to get my teeth, and it's just like, that was never the problem, Reesei. Who in the comments talking about your teeth?
That was never the problem.
That was never the issue, beloved.
What's up,
Hey,
TT?
hey.
Hey.
What's going on?
You came to add, beloved? What happened? What's going on?
Not the voice of TTV.
Oh, amen.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
Yeah, this season, I just, and then I know everyone has the argument too, like, oh, well, if you're technically being fired or laid off, why would you invest? It's not even about the money at this point. It's also about like taking pride in your product and going out with a strong finish.
That's what it's about.
If the people have invested so much time and energy into your product, you need to go ahead and fulfill the needs and the desires of the people who have assisted you in getting as far as you've gotten. And since you want the continued support, you should have definitely ended on a high note, in my opinion. You could have done a free situation. The girls, all the apartment community recreation centers, girl, all y'all had to, the girls chip in, do a fundraiser. I always say this, you should have been selling merch throughout the season, actually probably promoted it before the season premiered. That way, all of that money could go towards securing a venue, probably have enough to pay your cast, and probably pay for some of the scenes where y'all was going out to eat and stuff, because I still feel some type of way that cast have to come out of the pocket.
For the fans, we deserve more. You probably won't follow me for this because you know how you get feelings. Love you, Reesei. But if you gonna buy a tub for a nigga who don't even want to claim you, then we the fans at least deserve an actual reunion.
Yeah, I understand, but
And
if I was unceremoniously fired in the middle of the season, I'd have been like, "Fuck all y'all too. I'm not doing shit." But that's just the stubbornness in me. Don't go back.
I have a
I'd have been like,
First of all,
but that was the case.
Put my money right back in my pocket.
I wouldn't have given y'all a reunion at all. I would have rather y'all not have a reunion.
Whatever was filmed, y'all go carry it with that, and then if the channel would like to do a reunion, they can do a reunion. But I'm fired, so don't ask me shit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you can now.
Hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I was having issues. First of all, hello everybody, how y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Secondly, okay, if I could get Reesei on the horn, right? If I could get him up here, would you guys be as direct to his face if I get him up here?
Yes, because we've been.
I actually invited him. He said he was traveling.
He already invited him.
I invited him. He said he was traveling.
Okay, because I'm living for the conversation, so I think we should definitely get him up here for more like clarity. I think it would be
well. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I had this conversation on my panel. Reesei came up, and I said the same thing.
Yeah, and I've said this multiple times in all my reviews, and I believe even a conversation.
I mean, even directly though, like he's been on the Justice League platform. He's talked to the Justice League. We've all we're very real with him. We are,
and that brings back what Abby said a few minutes ago was what changed, because We have had these conversations with him. We have had these honest behind the scenes and publicly, and he's been very receptive. At least on the outside, he seemed to be very receptive. So I don't know what changed. I don't.
All right, let me make a phone call real quick.
Okay, her up, cause I gotta
See,
eat. So what was you gonna say, Kat?
Can we just be 100? I just feel like the real reason why most of these girls do not yield to a better humanity is because we live in a culture that does not reward good humanity. We live in a system that rewards your looks, your fashions, your shade, your reading, your ability to be slick as fuck, your attractiveness, your sex appeal, etc. Nobody is rewarding the bitch with a good heart, a strong moral compass, and who got their shit together. The hoes who are rising to the top are a hot ass mess. And those who occupy those seats of power have gotten there by fucking motherfuckers over, being scandalous and conniving and having a pussy taste like Pepsi. So I don't really understand. I think we as a society have to get out of. I think we as a people also contribute to this type of transactionalness between us and power, because if you look at any highlights, even from mainstream reality TV, the highlights is the debauchery. It's not Nene going over to Cynthia's house after she done experienced a loss with dozens of flowers being a great friend. It's her slapping and beating the hell out of Cynthia and dragging her husband and calling Peter Patricia. These are the highlights. So if we want to see a better humanity, I think that we can't criticize a Reesei or the type of Reese's without also the type of things we make a point of attraction as well.
This you crazy.
Not the Boochie Cat tastes like Pepsi.
I love it, child. That shit, you be cracking me the fuck up.
I don't disagree. I mean, you're right. Bad behavior is rewarded. That's just like, and let me be fair for a minute, and let me give the flip side of this. That's part of where, from the EP standpoint, where Reesei is like, hey, I gotta rev this up. I gotta bring some drama. I gotta give the people, because what did they say about season 1? Oh, it was boring. Oh, it was this, it was that. So he did try to overcorrect in season 2, and we had that conversation with him. And so again, it's not, nobody has ever said that there was a and again, I see people in the chat. I don't know if TTB meant it in an offensive way. I don't think he was trying to be offensive. But yeah, nobody's scared of Reesei. And it's not even a.
No, I didn't say you guys were scared of Reesei. No, I don't think you guys.
People
were
in the chat felt like you was like coming at us like what he trying to.
No, never.
Ain't no beef like that. But I think that again, as an EP, what Conscious said is absolutely correct. Y'all know it, because and all of us who review reality shows, we hear it all the time. When a reality show is too nice and everybody's getting along and it's too much positivity, what does everybody say? Oh, this show boring. This is boring. Y'all want to see the people cussing and fussing. You want to see the fights and the scuffles. Y'all want to see all of that. Then when we show it to y'all, then well, not we, but when the producers show it, then y'all gotta complain. So people need to figure out what it is they really looking for. Now that's valid.
And that's why ain't nobody buying y'all shit. That's why nobody is buying into your brands. That's why nobody is investing in you as the person, your businesses that you try to promote, because no one is going to take messy bitches seriously enough to want to work with them. Let's be honest here. We're at the point now where some of these mainstream networks should, if not already, are looking at some of y'all for potentials to be on mainstream.
I'm gonna tell you what they're doing.
If y'all keep on coming with trash, it's gonna be trash. What's up, Andre? How you doing, boo?
All right, I'm gonna drop down so Reesei can come up, but I don't think you guys are scared of anybody, and it was never shade. I love you all. Period. So
Yeah.
You know, I didn't take it that way. Right, but somebody said they wanted to be organic, but the reality is, organically, when you're hanging out with your friends, how many times does it end in a fight? Organically, people get along. Organically, people know how to act. Organically, people know how to exit a situation without it turning into a physical altercation. So when you say we want it to be organic, it's the reality is, in most, not especially for grown ass people, in most cases, organically, you walk away without it turning into all of that.
Yeah.
Even when
All right, girl, I'll see you next week type shit. It's not that deep. I feel
even
like
when there's a conflict, it doesn't always end. It doesn't end. And so when you say you want it to be organic, I think you have to be honest with yourself and say, what does that mean? Because organically, a group of people can come together who've never met, and then not be a fight, and then not be a bunch of shade, and then not be a bunch of cattiness, and you know.
But we gave that same.
The hell out of me.
No,
when she jumped up, I jumped up too. Like,
somebody at the door. Don't do that. We gave that same smoke to Markel at the beginning of season 2.
Yeah, you did.
Because he came out the gate being super shady, and we were like, "Well, what is this? Where's this coming from?" And he was like, "Oh, it's just light, fun shade. It's not light, fun shade to a stranger who don't know you. That's just you.
You have to build that relationship with someone."
Right, you have to have a relationship with someone before you can come out with the light shade. Otherwise, it's
y'all ain't housewives. No, cut that shit out. That's what you expect when you go there, because the girls haze the newbies. Because y'all moving way.
And the thing about it is, though, I truly wonder if has anyone ever tried the formula to include a moment, because we can be entertaining without the mess. We can be entertaining without having moments that are just like, girl, where people are dragging you for filth. Welcome to the panel, bitch. Okay, where people are getting your ass together, girl. I would love to see a formula where we have a good time. Everyone's getting to know each other. The girls are networking. They're creating moments, real conversations, real unity type of vibes. Like, I just wonder, can we get something where the girls don't have to be fighting all the time, cussing each other out, talking behind somebody's back? You can make real life, reality type of teas enjoyable, entertaining for people. You just have to have the gift.
You're going to need a storyboard. The girls are going to call that boring. I think a healthy balance is necessary. Give me an episode.
Do you know when I'm chilling with my folks and we are just cackling, bitch, whether it's playing spades, whether it's someone's cooking and we sitting around the table taking shots, cussing each other out and just having a good time, that's entertaining.
Not a good time. No, it's not. It's entertaining, but it's not TV. That's great for a live.
The hell, bitch! I be having moments where I'm just like, we should have this on camera, girl, because this. I think everybody would find it.
For live, yeah. But if it's gonna be a scripted show, every show needs an arc, a dip. Every show has a formula. So that's what I'm saying. Like for the bulk of the episode, give me a good time, and then give me my little beef at the end. Let it carry on to the following episode, and let that be I think the problem with chasing is that they saw a formula that worked, and then they took it to the max. So now the beef is overkill. Every fucking cast member has a fucking storyline of, having a beef with somebody. It's just like, girl, that's not how we do things over here. Let one or two people have a little beef. Let that carry the fuck out. Let people, dip in and out with their ones and twos.
Kat,
to be ready to fight everybody, girl. What the fuck?
Kat, you about to make me say some more problematic shit on this panel, child. Can I continue to be problematic? Okay.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't be conscious if you just said something that was borderline. Come on now.
So, and them bullets just hit, and the Holy Ghost agreed. So, another big ass truth that the Black LGBT community don't want to swallow. And this is a general statement. This is not for the exceptions, but this
ain't nothing wrong with swallowing.
Generally speaking, most LGBT men don't have any substance to begin with. So it's of no surprise to me that we don't appreciate substance-driven arcs and storylines, because even going back to Chasing Reality LA, that show itself was centered around a bunch of debauchery, and then it wasn't until the closing scene that we learned that one girl and her partner might be having a baby, another girl been homeless and she can't afford dildos no more, and she done traversed the goddamn country and shit and can't pay her bills. And I'm just like, why wasn't all of this shit here a storyline? I want to see the shit. That's the substitute, and the alternative to the direct beef is all y'all is dusty, broke as hell, struggling, and need therapy. Follow that shit out. Somebody have the courage to let the camera look into the nooks and crevices of all of that stuff going on in your damn life. We wouldn't have to depend on bitches giving each other black eyes and busty lips if they would just show the bustedness of their actual reality. Instead, you want to give these girls characters and have their egos be on the set instead of the reality of their motherfucking life. So I feel like what some of these producers can do, instead of hiring these girls who want to create moments off the heels of a personality, find girls who want to tell the fucking truth about their life. Tell me how lonely your ass is and how you don't get a lot of ain't no nigga out here dicking you down, baby, and the struggle of not being dicked down, baby. I want to see that shit. I want to see the girls who is getting the ass shots in the alleyways and putting their lives at risk. I want to see the struggle of being non-binary and what your everyday life look like in public. I want to see them hoes throwing banana peels at your head. I want to see hoes. I want to see it, damn it! Like, I want to see the shits, and we're just not getting girls who are we're either not getting girls who want to bring their lives to the platform, or we got producers who are selling themselves short and think that shit is not a thing that can be a point of attraction. Instead, it's about, once again, just grouping the girls together and getting them to beef it out. Wow, these girls are living things that are actually worth and that encompass all of those elements that make reality TV authentic.
But see, that's where lies in the problem. I have to disagree. The girls do have substance. They refuse to tap into the substance because they're looking at what the reference point and the standard is in this so-called society. And RHOA, again, the grand design for every reality-based show is based on that grand design. That's the reference point for this society. So the girls aren't going to give you what's in them. Because if I could literally take certain people from all of these walks of life, Devon, Sherrod, fucking Tony Price from season 1 of Dallas, a couple of the girls from LA, a couple of the girls from here and there, some of those girls in brief moments in time give you exactly what we're talking about. Substance, something real bitches dealing with addiction, bitches dealing with, abandonment issues from their families and stuff like that. It's just like, that is what is truly relatable. Okay. Reese's here, child. Hello, God. Hey, how are you?
Hey, Reesei.
Hey, Reese.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Good, thank you.
We are great.
I was okay until Conscious TV said that the girl couldn't afford dildos.
Who can't afford a dildo?
I don't know.
So, get it. Just I know you're busy, you're traveling and things. So just getting into
I'm settled now. Okay. I knew that I wasn't gonna be able to be on time, so that's why I couldn't commit. But I done took my pants off, changed my shirt.
Okay.
Laying up in this bed, girl. So let's have some conversation.
Okay. So the first question I have, and I asked it earlier just as an open statement. Looking back at this season, as we all have, can you see where there's an obvious kind of narcissistic complex with you not wanting to take accountability or ownership for a lot of the stuff that transpired throughout this season?
I can actually amplify that statement. So when it comes down to taking accountability for certain things, there's two things at action there as it pertains to me in particular. And I just want to let me pause right here for a second. How I'm going to have this conversation with you guys today is going to be really important because I have no need to protect anybody's feelings other than my own, or even have a moment where y'all can actually understand where I'm coming from. That's been a major thing too, as far as how I have answered questions, reacted to certain things, what has been shown on the show, what hasn't been shown on the show, because I mean, we live in a clickbait society, so that's what you're gonna see. So I could definitely see how a viewpoint of narcissism can be an adjective to describe me for quote unquote not accepting accountability. This particular season of the show, actually 2 years, have been constantly filming, constantly working, and constant growth of what I've been going through just as a person. So of course y'all are not going to see that. The problem is that I was defending the old reactions of what y'all have seen, which is my fuck up. So I even apologize to the public for even doing that, because I shouldn't be defending somebody that I used to be, period. So moving forward, that's something that I'm not going to do. If people are just not going to receive me as the person that I've become, then fuck them. And I say that as nicely and with as much heart as I possibly can. But I could definitely see how that was. And the biggest thing about it is it took doing this reunion to actually understand a point of view of doing both, being the cast member and being the EP, that was wrong. And it took a minute for me to understand, but I finally understand it because nobody has ever said it the way that the perspective that I took. Because yes, I most definitely can work on, I can keep both separate. Yes, when it comes down to, I know exactly as Reesei cast member what he's supposed to do. I know exactly what Reesei EP is supposed to do. Get that. The problem of it all is I never had a moment to understand my emotions and contain them on either side.
Right.
And I'm smiling as I say this because it happened after that, and I'm thankful for Eric Imani, because we have conversations, but it dawned on me that I was terrorizing what I didn't have to give. And so I never was able to take the time to actually lasso my emotions as I walked into these situations, which then had me so clouded. Like just being straight up, had me so clouded of always trying to defend myself. I was talking to Sis the other day. I was Ariel, and she literally called me yesterday. I was on my way to get my nails in. I was gonna stop by her house. Just a quick little story, then I'll let y'all get back to the question. And she was just bawling tears on the phone, and she was just like, "Reese, I just don't understand why people don't see the person that I see and know the person that I see." And then that's when I kind of broke it down to her, what I kind of just broke down to y'all. And that's what a lot of people say. But when you have a world that is so enthralled in thinking that the more popular you are, the more financially stable you're going to become, the more influential you're going to be by being the person that reads and be the one that's talked about and all that stuff, that's a big conflict, huge conflict. And now I could definitely tip my hat to everybody that said that you should not have done both, because I should not have done both. I should not have done both. And yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but that was just kind of like what the answer I felt like I need to give you to that question. So I don't know if that gave you what you needed.
Well, what I'm saying though is that a lot of people had a lot of things to say throughout this season, and a lot of validity was given to their arguments on why they felt that way. I guess what people were looking for as we talk about Markel, Trey Howard, I think they're looking for you to take some type of accountability for your role and why certain things played out the way that they did. And it's frustrating to viewers, people like us, and, you know, obviously to some of the cast, to where you just don't seem to be able to take ownership or even validate their feelings on why they feel that way.
So that's the point of view of some, not all. And when it comes down to taking ownership, I can take ownership for things that I have done. What I'm not going to take ownership for is things that have been used as, I guess, a moment of propaganda. So if we can be more specific, then maybe I could take ownership right now. What do you think? What do you think, in your perspective, I should have or should now take ownership for?
Well, the way that I feel like Markel was treated throughout the season, the fact that he didn't get his peach holder status and he actually has peach holder status throughout the season, there was an obvious difference in the way Markel dealt with the whole lovers and friends situation versus how you dealt with it. And I think you came at him a little too hard on certain situations. And there was that disconnect too, child, towards the end of the season where you promised to not bring this up or mention this anymore in a bad situation. And you in turn went against your own rules and disrespected the situation yet again. And then you looked flabbergasted at why he was, you know, ripping you a new one in both of the last two episodes. So that the obvious thing with Carrie, one instance you are
Hold on. So
okay.
so let's kind of go back just a little bit and break it down.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut you off.
No,
so the peach holder status, right? What do you think I should take ownership for in that?
Well, I believe you even mentioned it too. There was a little bit of personal attitude towards Markel because of how things transpired between you guys in the whole lovers and friends situation, your own personal friendship with each other, that I felt like we knew that he was going to be a cast member, but we don't see him. So we question, does your bias play a role in him not having the personal scenes, the work scenes, and the peach holder status as it pertains to the intro?
So as it pertains to the intro, so let's talk about the intro. So the intro that we have wasn't supposed to be the intro. It wasn't supposed to be that. We were actually supposed to reshoot it and do a whole intro where he was going to be involved. He knew this. I had told him because he was out of town, he couldn't be a part of the photo shoot. He couldn't be a part of the Everybody Loves the Sunshine promo. And for the sake of continuity, no, I'm not going to go back. I don't care what everybody else says. So just hear me out. No, I'm not going to go back and just fill you in. I'm not going to do that. Simply because I have to make sure that the moves that I'm making is fair across the board. And I can't, just because I had a relationship with you or that, I can't play favoritism to you and give a quote unquote friend an opportunity to do a filler later on, or I can't. I'm damned if I do and I damned if I don't in that situation, because then it's like, if I don't just do a filler, I could have just shot a photo on a white background. Yeah, you could have just shot a photo on a on a white background. Yes, that's absolutely true. But that's not what I asked you to do, or I would have asked everybody to do that. So when people say things like that, because he never said that to me. He always said that to people other than me, and then he went on to say it publicly. And I would have told him exactly why that was unacceptable. But when it comes down to him holding a peach, it's not necessary. If he was a part of the promo, y'all would have still got the same thing that y'all got. If he was a part of the opening credits, you would have got the same thing that y'all got. If he was a part of the photo shoot, you would have got the same thing that y'all got.
But that goes
it
back
wasn't
to
about
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It wasn't about his personal scenes or anything being cut. There was nothing cut because there was nothing to cut. There was a point where we stopped and paused in production. I'm letting y'all behind the veil. And there was a conversation that had been had that I had heard. I'm going to be discretionary with whom, but it was a mainstream producer from Love and Hip Hop. And he was laying out some things as to how they do things. And so I paused production. I was like, let me try and accomplish exactly what he said that they do so I can have a better show. To me, I did that. And I I felt like when we were trying to formulate what he wanted as far as a personal, as far as a viewpoint into him personally, he was giving us things that, how do I put it? I want to be tasteful, y'all. So just bear with me. There was a situation that we couldn't do because it wasn't true. It wasn't real. And if it would have came out, it wasn't real. And I know this is very convenient and ironic, but if we would have put it out there, it would have came back on us. And I wasn't here for that, because it was like really a really big thing that was like, no, I can't. That's a no go. So here is another way to do it. And then he said no to doing that. So there was nothing else ever brought back to the table for us to do the showcase of him personally. So it wasn't anything that was cut. Everybody had the same equal opportunity to do things, because if they wanted to do something, they didn't have to reach out to me. They had to reach out to my other two producers. As far as the process, nobody was doing anything. Nobody was reaching out. Nobody was saying anything. Nobody was submitting things. And the things that were submitted were not even about people personally. It wasn't about personal things or anything like that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but I think that's a perfect example of what we're talking about. And first of all, let me say that I respect what you're saying about, you get it. You see what we've been saying about the lines being blurred. So, but I think that with that example you just gave is a perfect example of what we're talking about. As the EP of the show, it's not about if this is one of the stars of your show. Markel has been there from season 1. He's a main cast member. If he legitimately was not available for the photo shoot as the EP, that was your job to make sure that he was part of the opening credits. That was unfair to him. And it's not about his storyline, but that was just about perception. Again, perception is reality. So if the perception for us as viewers is, well, wait a minute, Markel is a day one, and he's not in the promo. He's not in anything. It wasn't even just the Everybody Loves the Sunshine promo. It was the cast picture. He could have put on white, and you could have spliced him into the picture. I mean, it happens. Real Housewives of Beverly Hills has been using the same cast picture for 3 seasons. All they do is air out the old people and put in the new. So again, that's an EP's job. So I understand what you're saying, but to say, well, I wasn't going to do that, to me, that goes back to, but that was your job as EP to make sure that your cast was, that everybody was represented. And to say that Markel didn't have any work scenes, he filmed a whole damn TV show while y'all were filming.
So you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Just as quick as it was my job from what you feel to do that, it was my job to look at, okay, do I shoot this with missing 3 people and then go back and reshoot, or do I not? That was a decision that I chose to make.
Okay. I mean, that's honest. You say you chose to make that decision.
That was just a decision that I chose to make, because it was the same concept of, if you have to do what you have to do in a moment, especially when people can say that they make themselves available to redo things. People can say that publicly to y'all. And if somebody says that, then it would bring another person up to have to defend it. I'm not doing that. So all I have to say is, the choice that was made was the choice that was made. It wasn't made out of malice or anything like that. It was just strictly made out of a stern decision. Granted, people expect, I think that at times too, people expect for me to react a different way, or be more human, or be more soft, or be more, what's the word I'm looking for? Lenient, so to speak. And then in the same breath, people expect for me to treat everybody fairly and treat everybody equal and do things equal to what everybody else is doing. So, I mean, it's just, it's all perspective. I don't feel like if it just so happened to be that he felt slighted because of that, I never heard that until it came out publicly, because we don't talk on a daily basis. He never reached out in that way to say, hey, my feelings were actually, I take that back, excuse me. What he did do was he did say that he felt like I was attacking him personally, which led to that sit down scene that we had, which was actually a very good scene. They just, didn't fully air. But that's when he felt like when he said that I was personally attacking him. And that wasn't the case. I asked him if he wanted to. I asked him, the team, and Underio. I need to go ahead and address this conversation. We need to have a conversation. I don't want this to be looked at as if I'm just attacking this man personally. Do y'all want to film it or do y'all not? Y'all make the decision. Whatever the majority vote is, that's what I'm gonna go with as a cast member. That's what I'm gonna go with. And that's what happened. The majority vote was that it should be filmed. And so that's what we did. And to be honest, at times when you have built a relationship with somebody, you're going to always see from their point of view of what's going on. And it makes sense when that's the first point of view given. So, I respect what you said. I respect what everybody has said and will say. But that's just what we made. You can't rewrite the past.
No, you can't rewrite the past, but I mean, I think it goes back to what YB was saying that. And again, I want to be fair that you did say you see it now. So I want to be fair about that. But it just goes back to the statement of, do you understand how that makes, like, regardless of, I hear everything you're saying, but do you understand the perception? Because perception is reality. So the perception as viewers, that was the first thing we noticed was, well, where's Markel? I mean, you saw that from the very beginning, even in the promo was, well, where's Markel?
Some people did, and then some people didn't care. So it's
that's that shady. There's that shady.
I'm just being honest and straight up. I'm not being shady in this moment, because some people didn't notice that he wasn't a part because it didn't make an impact to them, and then some people it did make an impact to, as to, oh, he should have been a part. So I mean, there's both sides of the spectrum there. I understand your point of view was the latter. So I mean, I get that. I totally get that. But I had to make a decision, and that was the decision that I made.
I mean, it could have been. I'm gonna be honest. I have a relationship with Markel, yes, but it could have been somebody that I didn't. It could, but it honestly, if it had been, I'm just gonna throw somebody out that I don't have a relationship with. If it had been Kane, who, let's say Kane had been there all 3 seasons and he wasn't in the opening promo for season 3, and I knew he was going to be in season 3, my reaction would have been the same. And I don't have a relationship with him, but I'd be like, well, where the hell is King Kane?
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that one.
You don't agree with what, that I would have noticed, or you don't agree with that? What part don't you agree with?
I don't believe that the energy would have been the same if it was somebody other than Markel. Only because if it was, now I could see it being if it was Markel or myself, because we have been the ones to build a bigger relationship with you guys, be more interactive with y'all, with this particular group of people, and do things like that. And so it would have been, that perspective, because y'all at times do defend us, and y'all at times feel that there should be corrections done, and y'all have strong opinions on those things. So I mean, I think it just, with certain people, yeah.
As a reviewer, I would have noticed, because that's what I do. As a reviewer, I would have noticed it on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. Who's holding, like YB was saying, who's holding a diamond? Who's holding a champagne glass? Who's holding the flute? I noticed it on Love and Hip Hop. I'm like, well, why wasn't Stevie J in the opening credits? Oh, damn, he's not on the show this season. Mm-hmm. I noticed it because that's what I do. That's my job on YouTube. Right. So no, I would have noticed it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, yes, you would have noticed it, but in the same vein, there were some people that didn't really care too much. That's not to say that is validating my decision. I'm just saying that some people notice it, some people don't. Some people it impacts, some people it doesn't.
Gotcha.
So I guess so when we okay, so back to what I was saying earlier. So that was one instance. We have the other instance between you and Carrie when there was the shady lemon squeeze invite, Then all of a sudden, y'all patch things up. Then his music is fantastic. Then we move on to Trey Howard and his experience and the things that he was
I would like
voicing.
to ask a question.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. I would like to ask a question to the people in the comments and to the people on the panel right now. It seemed as if that was a problem to move on with Carrie and grow from that interaction. And I would like to know, why was that so much of an issue?
It wasn't an issue until we get to Vegas and you are putting things in Carrie's ear, and just the energy that, again, from the perception, the energy that I felt was received was, let's do everything that we can to push people away from Markel and get them on your side. It seemed a little bit of a manipulation tactic going on there. So I think that it didn't come from like, okay, you're trying to be good with Carrie because you genuinely like Carrie. You just want to be good with him because anybody that's not friends with Markel can be friends with you kind of vibe. That's how it kind of felt in that moment.
From what you saw on the show, right?
From what I saw on the show and the alignment with the family. It seemed as if you were maneuvering your way and such to garner their loyalty and their friendship, just in case if things were to pop off, that you did have people that could go on your side. And it seemed when Trey Howard kind of went out of bounds a little bit, you didn't know how to receive that.
That wasn't really what I didn't receive from the Trey Howard piece. But I can understand that from what people see. It's not that I was trying to build an alliance with people just to kind of get them away from Markel to show that, or to keep him on an island by himself. There have been times, and we actually had filmed it when people had said that they felt like, and this is not me trying to, I have to give y'all a lot of caveats because I know how this goes. So this is not for me to say or put a particular viewpoint on that man. Okay. What he has, people have had opinions that didn't air that when they have said that they feel like Markel put himself on an island by himself. So I mean, it kind of goes so many different ways with perspective. With Carrie D, how me and him actually got to a point, and this was actually probably I ain't gonna say probably, it was a flaw on my behalf with not filming a filler scene to actually build that story a little bit more. So excuse me, y'all, for that, because me and him, after we sat down on camera at the hotel when he was expressing to me what his problems was, and well, first off, do y'all understand, and I would like to hear everybody, do y'all understand when I said I wasn't going to give him an apology because he was working hard? Do y'all understand that whole situation there when we was at the hotel? Do y'all fully get that? Because I don't know if it fully translated.
What situation? I don't.
Yeah, break that down.
When it was me, when Trey Howard brought me, Ariel, Markel, and Carrie to sit down, and what Carrie was saying to me and my response.
Okay,
when clarity on that piece.
I remember that scene. Yes, when y'all was at that that little lounge area.
Yeah. So when I said that, because he wanted me to apologize to not, loosely, I'm paraphrasing. He wanted me to apologize to not acknowledging his hard work for the sake of the show as a token of appreciation. I don't know if that was kind of translated over what was shown.
I thought he was mad because you didn't put the scene in the show.
What happened?
I thought he was mad because you didn't put the scene in the show.
Yeah.
No. So what happened is when he was expressing the problem that we had between us, excuse me, he ended up saying, and I don't know if he was still in the comments or not, but what he was saying was he felt that because he had traveled and did these shows, because he was booking all these shows and doing all these things to kind of show that he was appreciative of being on the platform and the work that I had done so far, that he expected for me to I guess, in essence, say thank you for working hard, or I see you. You know, kind of give him a give acknowledgement that I give him acknowledgement I didn't give. That was what that conversation was about, and that's what he felt like I wasn't doing, or where I did him a disservice. And so when my response to him is that I can't apologize for you working hard because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what I had said. And so later on, there was a scene that I had to go and film when the scene where they were at the studio and Ariel was doing the Brunch remix. Y'all recall that one?
Mm-hmm.
So I physically filmed that scene along with Roderick. And then that day is when me and Carrie actually had a conversation. I didn't even pull him to the side. It's just that after I had said what I said, I did feel bad. And so instead of me actually reaching out and saying something over the phone, because it wasn't going to be taken as genuine just because of the track record or what have you, and I wasn't going to fight that. Me and him had a moment, and it was a pretty real and sincere moment. And then the next time you see us on camera, basically we're quote unquote good again, you know. So there was not any story building there. So that was kind of the problem. But what I didn't see is the reason why is because we actually had a real deep conversation that day at the studio when we were waiting for Ariel to actually come. And then we filmed the scene later on. And then that's how we got to rebuilding or starting over with our relationship.
But he specifically said,
okay, hold on.
Okay, go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry.
Because I don't even know how we even got to Carrie. I don't even know how we got here. And I may have missed something because I'm partially distracted. I just wanted to say I love all of y'all. I gotta go because I gotta go see a man about his horse. Y'all be blessed. I love y'all. I love every single one of y'all.
Bye,
Reesei, I'm
Abby.
rooting for you. You know, do the best you can. Do some self-reflection. Look in the mirror. Talk to the Lord about it. I hope you get it all together. Everyone else, I will speak to y'all at a later date. I love you. Goodbye.
Love you too.
Bye, Abby.
Bye.
Yeah, I see that. Me personally,
So I guess the Carrie piece. I mean, how we got to the whole Carrie piece was the whole now we're good on camera thing. That's the only point I was trying to get across, y'all, and fill in the blanks.
Did you feel like with the Carrie situation that it was important? It would have been important for us to see that scene because now there are missing links.
Yeah, it probably was. I mean, but at that time, there was a lot of other things going on that we had to try and capture, and we were on time restraints, just being straight up. So yeah, we should have taken a moment to build around that a little bit more. Yes, to answer your question, yes.
Yeah, but Carrie specifically said, again, I know you were in that conversation, and I know that conversation was edited, but I know I specifically heard Carrie say he was hurt because a lot of his work scenes did not make it in last season. So I hear what you're saying, and I understand that y'all talked about it off camera, and that's great. But again, as viewers, because what we're talking about, or what this whole conversation is about, what it is we see and why we feel the way we feel, not just as reviewers, but as viewers. And so as viewers, what we heard Carrie say was, I did a lot of work and my work didn't get in the show. And one minute you are shading him and talking about he can't sing and he's this and he's that, and then the next thing we see, y'all cool. And so there's a chunk in that's missing. And I hear you now. But again, we're reflecting back on the season, and we're talking about what can happen to make it better, to move it forward. That's the conversation. So I hear you. And like what Kat said, that's an important chunk that we as viewers did not get.
Right.
And I mean, I don't know who that falls.
I will say in defense of Reesei though, like I mean, I would want some of the scenes to make it. Like if he submitted 5 scenes, 2 should make it. You know, 1 or 2 should make it. But at the end of the day, just like when you're submitting records for an album, every song ain't gonna make it.
No, we get it. Yo, you're right. That's valid. No, that's valid.
You know, he had to create a story, so it's not Reesei.
Well, I'm not gonna defend what was submitted that didn't make it. What didn't make that's not a thing anymore. The only thing that I would like to put out there is that a viewer standpoint can be respected and understood, but the difference is when we have the conversations around this self-reflection, this moment of she don't love herself, you know, when those things come about, when the only opinion that you can actually see is from what's on the show. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't have personal relationships with y'all. And so when those comments come about, it's all based on oh, he's the EP. We expected, honestly, period. You expected more.
No,
Everybody
not just that.
expects more.
It's also a character observation.
You can't really have a proper character observation.
And I go there with people. What you show on the show is a piece of who you are, right? You're representing yourself. So when I see say it again,
a part.
Okay, a part. Still a part of you. That's still a part of you that still has character and integrity. So if I see you displaying behaviors that go against the grain of humanity, child, of course I'm going to call those things out and say, child, well, maybe she needs to do work. Maybe she needs to go to therapy. Maybe she needs to have a self-reflective moment. Maybe she needs to put the mirrors up and really do the deep diving search on how to address people and how to treat people better. So if you're showing that part, I feel like I have the authority to kind of speak on it, because I'm also not just judging a show, I'm judging human beings and their behavior and their relationships with one another.
Let me give you let me play devil's advocate. So let's just say I did do some self-reflection after a scene that I filmed with someone. Let's just say I did. Mm-hmm. And I took it upon myself to have that off-camera aside with them to mend it, or to address it, or to own it, or to just simply sit in my own shit and just say, you know what, I fucked up. I fucked up majorly. I apologize, because I'm still working on myself. Y'all would never know about that conversation because it's not filmed, which brings me back to the Carrie moment. Same thing. So y'all would never know if these conversations, if accountability was made or taken on my side or not. So, and I'm not trying to defend myself or anything like that, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to kind of put some things into perspective for y'all, because y'all don't know. And then at times people take only what they see as Jude's Law, is what I'm saying. Because I can't necessarily say that from what I see from the bloggers or reviewers are a total depiction of who they are as a person. I may sit down with YB and have a moment, and we smoking a blunt, eating some chicken together, and I'm like, you know what, girl, you was totally different from who I thought you was. You know, me and Really B, I don't know Really B twerk, but then we go to the club and we twerking together. I'm like, bitch, you know what? You know, you be having opinions on your channel that are kind of uptight, but girl, you just make an ass jiggle, bitch. I'm here for this. Okay, I like that. I see you differently. So that's kind of when the conflict comes into play, when there are these these hard judgments off of the off-camera conversations that y'all may have with other people, and then you compare that to what you see on camera. I'm just trying to throw some things out there so y'all can kind of get where I'm coming from in a different way.
You know, the realest shit I've heard you say in the last, you said something on one of your lives. I don't know if and I said this earlier. I don't know if you were in the chat when I said it. Maybe you said it like either last week or the week before last. I don't know. But this was the realest shit that I heard you say. And I was like, if he had said that from the beginning of this season and rolled with that, I think a lot of this could be avoided, because it goes back to what you and YB were just talking about. You said again, it was earlier this week or last week. You said, look, that shit happened 6 months ago. That's where I was in that moment. That's how I felt in that moment. I was hurt. This person that I thought I was friends with, our friendship had ended. And I honestly believe that he stole my show. But I'm not in that space anymore. I think because, again, and I don't know what it is that what's missing. It's the like the examples that people keep trying to give you about the shadiness. And when you go live, and like George said it at the reunion, Markel said it at the reunion, Trey said it at the reunion, when you go live and you throw these jabs at people and you throw this shade at people, and then you come back later and be like, well, what did you say? Well, give me a timestamp. You know you was being shady, Reesei. You know you said shit. So that, I think that's where people get frustrated, because it's like, just be like, you know what? I was mad. I looked at the episode and all them old feelings bubble back up. I hit that live button and I let that shit rip. That's it. That's it. And I think so much could be resolved if you stand in that moment, because we've all done it. We have, listen, as YouTubers, I'm gonna speak for Conscious, I'm gonna speak for Kat, and I'm gonna speak for YB, and I'm gonna speak for myself. We have all hit that live button in a moment of anger and said some shit. Now, sometimes that we might go back later and delete the video. We might come back later and have to apologize, but we have all done it. And I think that that's all people were trying to get you to say, or at least acknowledge. But when I say to you, yo, Conscious, you know, a couple of weeks ago you went live and I feel like you threw some bullets at me. For Conscious to be like, which video? Give me the timestamp. What are you talking about? And you know you did it. You know you went live mad.
So let's amplify that too. So when I ask for a point of reference, it's just strictly a point of reference. Because if I'm talking about when I go live, if the thing that people do and what people tend to change is, when I go live, I talk about what happened at the show and I give the same energy that I gave in that moment on the show, right? And so when people say things like, oh, you know, you tore me up on that live, if you give me a moment when I did something to you, that gives me room to apologize for it. But people don't do that.
But if you know if you know you've done it, do you, like, if I know I went live and I was mad at Kat when I went live and I might have thrown a bullet here or there, do I need him to give me the timestamp of what I exactly said for me to know that I said some shady shit? I need to do that?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna say absolutely, because I may have been just reacting to something, but not necessarily have been mad and it offended you. So if I need to know exactly what offended you so I can make it right, then give me that grace. But if you don't, then I don't know. If you say to me, Reesei, when you went live last week, you remember when you went live last week and you said X, Y, and Z, I can say, if I say no, then I'm a liar. But if I say yes, then we can lead into a path of resolution.
Hey, Reesei. This Conscious TV. I'm gonna have to call you on that, Reese, because see, I everybody up here is requiring something of you that I personally know that you are capable of providing, and you prove that by coming up on the finale season of the Yes God Roundtable and apologizing to me about a conversation we never had after our situation that I never even brought to the audience. I never spoke about it. You never heard anything about the situation. Our situation just came to a close and I just moved right along. And somehow in all of that silence, something happened in your own awareness and of your own capacity where you felt like you had done something. And so when I'm listening to what everybody else is saying, and they're saying, come on, Reesei, I know that we know you have the self-awareness to own us.
Absolutely.
I think
what I have with you though is a point of reference. That's all I'm saying. So when people have these moments of saying you need to apologize for this, you need to take accountability for this, what is the this that you're talking about? Because if I have to be the one to say, okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give you a apology for just give you an umbrella statement apology for everything. Will that or will that not suffice? Because I've done it before and it didn't. But with you, I had a point of reference where I could say, you know, I did this to you, because that was our only problem. I did this to you. And so I apologize directly to you for this. And so since I do that, are we okay? Is what I'm saying. And so when people say Reesei was being shady when he did this, Reesei was being shady when he did that, yeah, I don't know if it aired, I didn't quite, I was kind of in and out. But when we were standing outside of when it was me, Ariel, and Carrie, I admitted to, yeah, I was being shady when I did that interview with AJ. Yes, I was. But that's just only one situation that I can pinpoint, because people will not. Excuse me. Let me go back a little bit, because sometimes people will not let me know exactly what you're talking about, because I can do that if I can say to you, "Hey, this is what hurt my feelings," and then you can say to me, "That shouldn't have hurt your feelings," then it's like, okay, well, girl, we ain't gonna get nowhere.
Well, I think they kind of did that though. I think Markel stated very eloquently what hurt his feelings in the situation. I think Premier did the same thing as well. George, not so much, but I could understand. So I think these particular, even Trey Howard voiced, some things I felt were very specific in nature. So can you speak to that? Do you feel as if this season, the way you reacted to things, the way that people are describing you to be, could you see at least like halfway through that there may be something there?
Partly, yes. But a lot of the conversations that where I gave acknowledgement and accountability were not filmed. I can't prove that. Y'all can only go off my word, but that's just what it was. A lot of the times where there was the me and Markel situation, when he tried to take it back past something else, the issue was never lovers and friends. The issue was that there was nothing else put in place from your side to fix the friendship. That's what the issue was with me. And so since there was no effort put into place to fix the friendship, and then all of a sudden, all I have to go off of is the conversations that we have had. I'll put it as alleged conversations, because he'll say something different, if that's proper. I don't know if that's proper or not. But the conversations that we had about doing a show together, if me and you talk about these things and then you put it into play, and then you don't put anything else in place to fix the friendship, because the project was supposed to be that thing to put the glue back. And so if there's nothing there put, the only other way that I could think is, okay, well, you just took this from me then. Because if it was never about a friendship or fixing the friendship, because if it was really truly about us mending something, then you would have been able to think of another way. Hey, Reesei, I'm moving. Come help me move, because I've done it before. Hey, Reesei, let's go wash our cars together. Hey, girl, let's go to Family Dollar every Saturday so we can figure out what's going on. But nothing else was put there, and so I would take full responsibility for not reaching out more to him after he didn't show any effort. But I got defeated. I ain't gonna lie, I got defeated with the situation. I just chose to just let the cards lie what they may. And it did when it came up, when the show came up and it said created and EP by, it hurt my feelings. And I expressed to Underio how I felt about that and how I felt his part played in that, which I didn't appreciate. And we had a conversation. There were apologies exchanged between us with that, but I never had that conversation with Markel. I would say that. So,
what is going on between you and Andaria, if you mind speaking on that? Because I
will say because I promised the interview to TTB later on when some things start happening.
Mm-hmm.
What I will say is, the problem, because I can't give y'all too much and not give him what I promised him. So what I would say is,
I love TTB, but YB is that bitch, and you know it, Reesei.
I know, but I mean, it's business, girl.
Hey, Markel.
what's going on with him and I is there has been insults thrown at both of us from each other, which led to him ending the partnership.
Okay.
And that's what I could say.
Okay.
I respect that. Can I say I have to
And
get
that's
ready to
what I
go, but can I say this? I want to make it personal for a moment before I go. I felt like, and I speak for myself, I'm not speaking for anybody else on this panel, I'm speaking for really me. I felt like some comments you made were personal towards not just bloggers, but towards me. So to clear the air before I get off of here, because I do have to get ready to go, to clear the air to get off of here, did I hurt your, I would speak for me, was there anything that I did or said that personally hurt your feelings? Not chasing reality or chasing dollars, but that hit Reesei G? Because I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this for everybody. I don't have no ill feelings towards you, Reesei. I love you, Reesei, and I've always supported you. I've always, been in Reesei G's corner. I don't always like everything Reesei G does or says. I don't like everything that anybody does or says. Okay, so that's be clear. But if there's a personal thing here, let me clear it up now before I go.
I don't know if it's necessarily personal or not, but when you made your video saying that you wasn't going to review Dallas anymore, that did hurt my feelings, and I didn't like that simply because of what I had said about the other blogger is what I felt. So I didn't like that, no.
So then here's a perfect example of what we've been talking about all night. Then that's where you DM me and say, really be, what the fuck? And I'm going to tell you why. Because what you did was you left this really nice comment under my video. Well, I really understand, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You didn't say, well, I'm really disappointed in the fact that you're making this decision. You said, well, I understand and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. You have DM'd me before. We've talked offline before. Then that's when you DM me and say, girl, what the fuck? You understand what I'm saying?
And the reason I didn't is because that was a decision that you made, and I wasn't going to go back on your decision because I didn't want to try and conflict with where your loyalty lied. I mean, your loyalty lied with your friend. That's totally fine, and I get that. And I wasn't going to come back at it with that. So when it came down to, I don't necessarily know what the comments were. I can't speak to that of what I said.
I'm paraphrasing too because I don't remember. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing, but yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I try my best to kind of speak on everybody at one time. Like if there was something that I see. And then, of course, because of that little rift, I mean, it's gonna feel like it's a shot at you in particular. But I didn't like that. But I respected what you said because of the way that you put it. And you're one of few that actually are able to express in a polite way why you're not gonna do something. So I was just like, at first when I saw it, because it was sent to me, I was like, well, damn, that's fucked up. But you know what? I get where she's coming from. And I wish her the best. So it wasn't like I wanted to see you fail or anything like that. It was just like, you know what? I respect that. I can't do nothing but respect it. And so it just, at that moment, it did, I'm just being honest with you, it did hurt my feelings, but I didn't harbor anything from that or have intentions to treat you differently from that decision that you made.
Because I also said in my video that there was some comments made that I did not like. Because there was some, I felt like, and I've said this publicly, so I'll say it while you're sitting here. I felt like you threw some jabs, and I felt like you threw some rocks, and a couple of them hit me personally. I'm just being
none of those were supposed to.
You made comments about reviewers and bloggers and. I mean, even before the show aired, season 3 aired, you put this whole post on your platform about, I want the bloggers to make sure you give everybody a fair chance and please be honest and fair. And I was just like, and again, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact words, but I was like, well, where's all this coming from? The show ain't even aired yet. The Reesei already making comments about bloggers. Like, what is this about? And then, when you had that live that day about what the bloggers should and shouldn't be doing and don't bring criticism without bringing a suggestion and this, and this. And I was just like, what? And then, the comments you made on TTB really was just sort of just the last straw kind of thing. But I felt like, again, the jabs had been thrown, and I was like, well, clearly at this point, Reesei doesn't respect or doesn't care about what it is that we're doing as reviewers, so I can exit stage left.
And can I ask a question in conjunction with that, Reesei?
Sure.
To some people's, to some of the commenters' points in the stream, because I'm reading as you guys are talking. People noticed that you unfollowed some of the bloggers. Now I know that I just checked and you didn't unfollow me. I know it's because you really love me, but why did you unfollow so many folk, Reesei?
I unfollowed. Well, let me. So to really be, it was not supposed to be. How do I put it? Give it to me, Lord. Okay, I know that. You do have a mother hen syndrome. So like, if you're talking about one blogger, then you get into defense mode. You ready to make sure that you correct it. And that's just been over the years, and that's for anybody, because you definitely have that thing about you, that protector about you. When I started making my comments about the bloggers and the things that I didn't like and the things that I did like, I could not make it specific. I did not make it specific to one particular person to try and just avoid conflict, but that was just a flaw. So in the future, I know how to kind of maneuver that, but it wasn't. And now I'll say it now. There are particular bloggers that I think are fair. I may not like their opinion, but I always respect it. And this is not to discount anybody else, but those particular ones, you're one of them, YB is one of them, just period. And then there are other people, but if I continue to make a list, and this is not to discredit anybody that's on this panel right now, I'm just saying, I'm just gonna say that that's a situation. But yeah, I get that. Oh, and then to answer your question, I unfollow people because there are things in their timeline that I don't necessarily want to see. And then sometimes the unfollow are in posts because they may go live and then they'll still pop up at the top of the Instagram. And then I click on their live and then they're chiming in on certain things that I don't necessarily agree with. So then I go in and I unfollow people. That's why I have been unfollowing a lot of people.
Well, since you do happen to be still following me, I need you to be hitting like on this fat ass and everything, because I be making it bounce every now and again on Instagram. And since
I mean, you already know. You already know. You already know how I feel about you from head to toe. So I mean, you already know what that gives.
Okay, all right. I won't mute again. Okay.
With that being said, I have to go. I will say this, Reesei. The one thing I will always give you credit for is that you will always come and face the fire. Well, I don't want to say firing squad because I don't feel like we would be in a firing squad, but you will always come, and you've come before. You've spoken to us before when you knew we weren't necessarily having positive things to say. So I will always give you credit for that. Whether people like your answers or not, that ain't the point. You show up, and I will give you credit for that. And I appreciate the fact that you did show up. I appreciate the fact that you answered the questions and you stood in it, however it was. I want to thank YB for inviting me up. I appreciate that. And everybody else to the chat, Kat, you know I love you. Conscious TV, thank you so much as always for your insight. And I will going to catch you guys on the other side. I have some other things I got to take care of, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Reesei.
Yeah, and can I make a comment before you hold that question? What I definitely have to say, and it just came to me when Really B was gonna leave, and it goes to Evie too. Ebony, I know Ebony. So I want to make sure that y'all understand that the next move that I'm about to make, I will attribute the success of what these moves are going to do and the shows I'm going to put out to y'all, because y'all have been in the trenches with me before anybody else was reviewing the show, before y'all even had y'all fan favorites or anything like that. Y'all was sticking with this guy that y'all didn't know that was doing something, and it gave me encouraging words. So my next steps that I make that are going to lead to success, I have to attribute a lot of that to how y'all have reviewed me, how y'all have critiqued me, how y'all have the opinions that y'all have had. And I wanted to say that when Evie and Really Be TV was up here, but there has definitely been a change, huge change for myself. But I just want to make sure that y'all know, as y'all see me go up, y'all riding with me. But go ahead, sorry.
Okay. Earlier on in the dialogue, we was talking about like kind of some of the things that like the way that producers choose to assemble storylines and choose to make kind of a to build the show around for you as a producer, like, but also just from you as a viewer, like what comes to mind when you think about reality TV and what gets your juices moving when you find yourself a fan of something? And do you feel like you bring that to your producing function?
Style.
Or style, yes.
So the problem with that, I think I heard you say this before about the way that reality TV is like missing like the substance or something along the lines of that, and that's people like the sensationalism, right? So if it was up to me, it would be a show of kumbayas and love and all of that. I mean, I like the substance pieces, like the my most enjoyable part of doing Chasing Dallas was when Tony expressed his, because that day was that filming in the green screens was a very tough day, when he came out and said what he said when we were able to do the Malaysia Booker piece. The day that we filmed that scene that led to the Malaysia Booker piece, Ariel called me that day and we jumped into action that day. So those moments are what I actually love the most. When George went to his dad's gravesite, it didn't air, but regardless of how I feel about that man, I still took the time in that moment. And this is not me gaslighting or me trying to take ownership. I just want to kind of, just expressing. I lost my dad, so I know what that. I lost my dad. He's been departed longer than George's dad, so I know how I may have a little bit more strength than he may have, because he broke down, like really broke down, where we walked away at that moment. And then when I went back, I said a prayer for him, regardless of who we are to each other or how we are to each other. I said a prayer for him, because at the end of it all, this is what I like to see, because it humanizes the people. But I knew that that's why I created the retreat, because I was like, you know what, even though Mess is all over here, and I know Mess is going to get the numbers, so I have to meet requirements with the channel and all this stuff and bring in a certain amount of subscribers and numbers, and sensationalism is what it is, and I could slide a little bit of this in there. But I can go to the retreat and I can bring these people to the retreat and not care about the numbers, and just make these people as human and as vulnerable as possible, and take that risk over there with the retreat, just to show those softer sides of people. So I don't necessarily care to do all of the drama and stuff. I mean, it's just what happens, and it's just what will bring in the numbers. Until you actually get to a place where you can have secure money and not have to meet certain requirements and certain things, that's only when I think that people are going to be more open to giving us more Braxton Family Values television versus Love and Hip Hop television, or like a TLC show, where it's like more so of a docu-series versus a reality-based series. So I think that there's room, though.
Do you feel like any growth happened at the retreat, and if so, what do you feel?
I feel like there was a lot of growth, because I think that for the one that people don't want to give credit to grew the most, December, only because December at the retreat trusted me and the process. I will never take that away from him. And I think that he grew the most, because now the way December moves with remorse now. I believe that he has moments where he actually can move with remorse and reflect on the actions that he made, because I really cared about showing that. With Ariel, I think it gave her more confidence in telling her story and actually addressing her story to help her get to that next level. Trey Howard, I think it gave him, hey, I can see myself, that type of thing. Dior, I think it opened him up more. With me, I think with me, it had to break me down to start to be open to seeing more. Eric, I think that Eric, to me, the growth, I can only assume, but I think that what Eric may have took from the retreat is, because people have to understand that he is still very young. I believe Eric's only 25, if I'm not mistaken. But I think that
child, that's 60 years old in gay years, child. He about 60 years old in gay years. And that's a question too I have as it pertains to Eric. I'm sorry to cut you off. What was the tea with Eric? I really don't think that if we weren't going to focus in on him or who he is or develop him more, he really wasn't needed, required, or desired in this season.
I actually wanted him there more. It's just the spaces that he occupied were just not in his favor, to be honest with you. Because I mean, he switched up a lot, and I think he switched up. And I can only attribute this to his age because I know that I was like this at 24, 25. It was like in certain moments, you don't want to go against a person in a moment because you want to be cool with that person right then. So if I don't like peanut butter and Eric is in the room with me, he's not going to like peanut butter too. But then if he goes around Becky Sue, who like peanut butter, then he going to like peanut butter too because he's over there with her in that moment.
So he's a follower.
So I think I'm not going to say that he's a follower. I just think that he hasn't found his way to lead yet.
Markel, are you folding laundry? I'm about to say.
It's cold in Texas right now. It's really cold in Texas.
Where do you two stand at this moment? Because when I watched the reunion, I really didn't see any headway being made. I really didn't see anything really happen. All I saw was a regurgitation of all of our reviews and the things that we obviously saw. I don't think we got anywhere. So where do you guys currently stand at this very moment in time?
Who was that question for?
That's for you, Markel.
Oh.
And Reesei too, but you know, I want both your perspectives.
I think
okay.
There's
well,
no. So I wanted to make sure that I say this correctly. But if I'm being completely honest, the way that I am, I don't hate him. I don't want to see him fail. I just think that it was just a lot going on from the previous year up until now, to the point where I just got uninterested in trying to renew, fix, squash anything. Maybe further down the line, but as far as like, if I was to see him out and he said, "Hey, Markel, I'll speak," like I'm not gonna be disrespectful, like get away from me. Like I'm not gonna do all that extra stuff. Like it's really old and really petty now, right? Well, it's been old and petty. But
let me ask you this: looking back at your time on the platform and your relationship with Reesei, do you regret anything? Is there anything that you feel like you could take accountability for?
Do I regret anything? If I would have known that things would end up how it was now before starting what we were starting last season, I wouldn't have done that.
And what was the exact turning point of everything, professional and personal relationship? Because something tells me this transcends lovers and friends.
I think for me, it stopped when, it took a turn when we were filming season 2 and he stopped speaking to me and I have no idea. Even when we got to the reunion, I didn't have any idea. So it wasn't until the day after the reunion, after I did the pitch for Lovers and Friends, we went downstairs and had a conversation, and then the air was, well, you know what, the air was kind of clear then. I will say that the air was clear then, and then the whole show thing just came up, and it was just like, okay, it's a whole nother beast that we're tackling now.
One of the things you said that I found important in the season was you felt as if he was basing y'all's friendship off of the idea of working together, and you wanted to more so focus on the friendship and not everything just be predicated on the work.
Right.
And I do feel like in some way, Reesei, are you still there? I feel like that was kind of difficult for you to receive.
Yeah,
was it?
Was it that it was predicated on working with the show?
Right.
And it was difficult for me to receive. Absolutely. It was definitely difficult for me to receive because whenever I am a very literal person, when people say things to me, so that's kind of, and I'm changing. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. In my Effie White voice, I am changing. Hello. But when he said that in that moment, that's where my mind went straight to. I put my blinders up and I was running that race and I was like, okay, so this is what is going to be the thing that makes us better, that makes our bond back better. And so when that wasn't I'm trying to be tasteful, when things didn't go how I expected them to go, I had no other reference point, which then everything from there just went downhill and turned negative. Because you have to take into account too the other conversations that are being brought to us that we are not having with each other from people that we at the time had more favor towards. Because I mean, we mad at each other. We were friends and we were mad at each other. So we're not gonna anything that we have to say, one moment we might receive, one moment we not. I'll speak for myself. One moment I might receive it, one moment I might not receive it. But then on the day where it's mad day, and then I got so-and-so saying, well, you know, I heard he said that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get pissed all over again. That's just us being human, right? But then it's days where it's like, it's a good day and it's like, no, I'm not gonna let you. I ain't gonna. It's not that I'm gonna defend him because I'm still feeling bitter and petty on the inside. But I'm definitely gonna change the subject because I don't want to have any parts of this particular conversation right now, which may not necessarily still be right, but you know. Okay.
One of the things I did notice throughout a lot of time watching you from season 1, 2, 3, the retreat not so much. There was a much different version of you that I saw on the retreat, but in this last episode we saw the treatment with Trey Howard. It seems like when people want to actually talk to you about things, you have a tendency to shut them out. Could that be attributed to why you and Markel feel that way? Because on your discussion you said there was a lack of communication on his part, but we also see with you there's also a lack of communication when people want to address you in certain situations too. So I think if two silent people can't talk about anything.
You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. I do. I shut down. Yeah, I shut down because I have a way about me where I try. I'll try something out. And what I've learned over the past 6 months is that, you know, sometimes you're not speaking the same language as other people. And I think I've been kind of preaching this a little bit to my inner circle, but I was not speaking the correct language or communicating what I needed from Markel. I would say that. And that goes into my situationship too. I was not communicating what I needed in that situation when people may actually be giving me what I need and I just can't understand it because of the way they're delivering it. So that was definitely a flaw that I have worked through. And so if this situation was to come up now without extra added opinions, without comments and tweets and opinions from bloggers and things like that, I don't feel like we would be at this moment at all. I wouldn't.
I have to be honest with you, and I have to be honest with both of you. I think when we chit chat with other people that are eventually going to be in the same circle, it kind of gives them free reign to kind of have their opinions. And you do a lot of posting. We got to be honest about that. Even when Markel addressed you in that other episode about you making those shady posts towards the actual show and all of those things. it kind of gives people free reign, and it's made it public for people to give their opinions, which then reinforce more bullshit, because now you got to contend with all these other opinions that don't even know you guys or the depth and breadth of your situation. So that's why I think the communication on both ends is very important, because you could have pulled somebody to the side in a private moment a fucking year ago and said, hey, child, we need to have this conversation. And again, we trying to beat each other over the head to be friends. Some people aren't meant to be friends, but you can still be cordial and professional and kind to one another. And a lot of the things that I think frustrated people in this season, Reesei, was the fact that you did not seem like you were ready to receive anything Markel or anybody was trying to like open up and tell you about. Even the lemon squeeze, as disastrous as it was, and it looked like an attack, it did. I felt like these people were speaking from a place of genuine hurt. So it's all about how you receive it too. And I think you just aren't in a space to receive certain criticisms that actually may be valid to those people and their experiences with you.
I was not at that moment. I wasn't. The lemon squeeze though was a pivotal moment in my life in general. The lemon squeeze, the way that the lemon squeeze went down, I'm not gonna say, for lack of a better term, haunted me for 2 weeks after that. 2 straight weeks. But I needed the lemon squeeze to happen so that I can see exactly. It was like, I don't know if y'all ever seen the episode of How to Get Away with Murder, when Annalise Keaton sat in the chair and then she brought all her students around her and she said, okay, go. Y'all tell me what y'all don't like. That's what that was. And so like when people had their opinions as it aired, and it was about, I mean, you know, Reesei, he knew what was going to happen. He knew this was going to happen. Okay, yeah, I absolutely did. And I never have spoken against that. What I needed to happen was, I want y'all to tell me about me. Please, tell me about me. And I'm going to take it. I am going to take it. Period. And I had to take it to start my journey on fixing myself. And that's exactly what that was, because throughout the entire time, even though people may have, when it aired, responded differently, that moment to me was the start of change for me and seeing people in a different way. Because we got real. I can only speak to me, and it didn't quite air because we were there filming for like maybe 3 or 4 hours. But I got confirmation for how I should interact with certain people. You know, Carrie had made a comment at the lemon squeeze that didn't air that kind of put the nail in the coffin for me to be like, okay, yeah, Reesei, you had a bad opinion about him. You had a bad viewpoint on him, and I called him, and we talked about it. And same thing happened with with Premier in that situation. I mean, he was hurt, and I said some things, and then we later on at the pajama party actually said that we were gonna try and rebuild or whatever, and it's not that deep. And then we hugged it out and joked afterwards. But we didn't get to see that. Yeah. So I mean, certain things that had happened, I can definitely say that I had to put myself in situations to come out on top for myself throughout this whole season. So I mean, that may have been selfish, but I had to do that because this is something that I see that I am good at and that I'm going to continue to do. So I had to fix this thing right now so that as I move on, I don't take any of that into my next moves at all. So yeah, I can see that.
Markel, what's running through your mind right now? What's to you?
I'm just thinking about how I think you earlier, when you were talking about, you know, having other people inside your ears and things like that, and I forget what comment he made just recently, but I was just replaying back because I didn't watch the entire season because I didn't feel like I needed to because I lived it. But up until Vegas, I knew that this, first of all, I knew this season. I said, you know what, I'm not going to argue with nobody. I'm not going to go off. I'm not going to do the most. I'm just going to keep calm. I'm going to tell my truth. And that's it. So I felt like I always presented the energy that if you were to come to me, it's not going to be combative, or it's not going to be like an issue. You could have had a one-on-one and just said, hey, blue, 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 blue. All right, cool, it's good. And I guess I just still don't understand why those opportunities weren't taken. Because even at the limit squeeze, even when I was just regular talking to you, trying to explain, it was never rah, rah, rah at all. It was never rah, rah, rah into Vegas. And that was months in between. So, I don't know. I just don't really understand that part.
Let me say this.
Do I
at
need
the
to
limit
get clarity to
squeeze,
that part?
that's my main part. At the limit squeeze, yeah, Markel, you're never rah rah rah. Company and guard dogs are. So I think that energy coming from that way maybe makes him want to shut down, because I was speaking earlier before Reesei got here, and I think that in a sense he was trying to defend himself or protect the inner child. And I think when he feels, you know, I see it on the show, when he feels attacked in his mind, when he feels like he's been attacked, he shuts down. But my main question I want to ask is, we keep circling back around to square one, which is lack of communication amongst you two. So bottom line, do you care about each other and this friendship enough to do the necessary work to fix it and move forward? Period. And that's for both of you.
Who was that too? Oh.
That's for both of you.
So this is a two-part. I want to address what Markel said, and then I'll address what you said. So if Markel was solo and around people in a scene where I could have gotten a point across, the reactions would have been different. But it was always, to me, this is what I felt to me, it was always a opinion of certain things. Because, I mean, there were things that George had said about how he had felt about when we was going through everything that we was going through, that he said at the limit squeeze about how Markel was toe up about it and everything. I never knew that. I could only assume and sit and have those moments of, I wonder if he's thinking about me because I'm thinking about him, type of thing, you know? And so when he would say certain things like that, those were open doors for me to say something, but then it's always followed up with the shade, and then it's like, okay, I'm already on the defense. So, I mean, fuck all this shit. And so here goes Markel in passing that person. Because he's not a confrontational person. I'm really not a confrontational person. I was just on reality TV. I believe that there will be a moment, I don't know when, there'll be a moment when he and I can have a conversation and I can be more honest and say things that cannot be said public because of how it'll affect certain people. And because of the person that I know him to be, it'll be received, and then we'll be back to some point. We'll be back somewhere.
But see, you're assuming though. You can't assume how someone may move. I know you may know him, but you'll never really know until you're being upfront and truthful about what's really. And what I'm hearing a lot too in this is other people. This is about you and him. Other people don't matter. Just even the same way when Trey Howard was trying to have a conversation with you, you know, even when y'all pulled each other to the side. Well, child, you dragged him to the side, okay? So, you know, you dragged him to the side, honey. And, you know, even in those moments, it seems like it's just really difficult for you to just be open to just receiving what people say. Because we can take things, taking and receiving, well, they do kind of mean the same thing depending on what's happening in your life, honey, okay? But I think to truly ultimately receive something is taking it in and just removing yourself from it and just knowing that, okay, I have to add validity to these people's feelings. And when you come off the way that you do sometimes because you have this blank stare that you give, shout out to Nikki, honey, you know, it seems like it's hard to talk to you. Even at Robert's Hennessy squeeze, it seemed as if when Markel was trying to translate his feelings, it kind of exploded in those moments as well too. In Vegas, the same thing as well. So it just seems like that there needs to be moments where you just take it, receive it, and just digest it, and just know that, okay, try to see it from another person.
Yeah. This
season, are there regrets? Can you see where? Go ahead.
I absolutely agree with you there too. And but it's just because it's simply and only because we are being filmed and we are in an atmosphere with other people. That's it, literally. That the pressure, like, I don't think that y'all understand or will ever really, until y'all maybe sit in the same space or sit in the same seat of being in front of the camera. I don't 100% think that y'all understand that the pressure of knowing that you're being filmed, this is gonna air, and people's opinions are gonna be on you makes people act differently. So if all of these situations would have happened off camera, if it was same scenarios and they were off camera, everything would be totally different. So it's not a point of me actually taking accountability. It's, yeah, I can take accountability and I can see where I did wrong, but I can't, okay, I got to take accountability in one moment and then yell back at somebody that's yelling at me in another moment, and my message is going to be missed, which it has in several occasions. Okay. So as I just said, if me and whomever, not even necessarily Markel, if I had a problem with you on camera, and actually George had said, we had problems on camera, then I reached out to his friends off camera to do the volleyball thing or whatever. That was my way of trying to mend the situation. Like, I have, because I mean, it's not just on the show. Some people, I believe, on the cast or in reality TV in general, keep certain things, keep same energy on the show that lead into certain things, but then when it comes to off-camera actions, they don't want to entertain that. And that's all that I have been trying to do with George. And that's all I had. If I have a problem, then I would definitely take it off camera. 2 days after the season 2, when we did the game night and me and Premier got into it, and it was so deep, I was like, we need to sit down. We sat down, we had a conversation, and then in turn, we had to film a scene so that we can try and fill in that hole. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Can I ask you a question, Reesei?
I get that, yeah. Yeah.
When you said that like on-screen conversations are very different than off-screen conversations, and that people act or react differently. Who are you saying does that?
Ooh.
I mean, I
know if I say certain names, and it's gonna be different. It's gonna hit different. But I'll go ahead and say it, and I mean, there's no way to avoid it because I want to be direct and transparent with y'all. Yes, I believe that on camera and off camera, when it comes down to I'm speaking to real deal situations, not the funny parts, not the kiki moments that we see. A lot of those kiki moments that everybody has on camera is how they react off camera, yes. But when it comes down to deep rooted situations, people on camera are different, such as Trey Howard, such as George. Dior may address things off camera. I want to say probably everybody. Everybody probably are able to address things differently off camera than on camera. So I think that, because I mean, you just get the pressure, and
okay.
I mean, I've been there too.
Because I was gonna, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, because to be honest, I don't watch a lot of the web series, so I don't even really know the ins and outs, which is why I've been really quiet this whole time. But what I will say, and this kind of goes back to my initial comments earlier on in this dialogue about people are not bringing their real selves, they're bringing their egos and their performances and their false selves to the table. So I would suggest that everybody on these series make a Braveheart choice to be a real ass bitch and to have a real ass moment on camera. And if any bitch acts fake, that's how you know that that's the bitch you ain't gonna say sorry to later. That's the bitch you ain't gonna say sorry to privately. That's the bitch in a friendship, in a situation you ain't gonna concern yourself with afterwards. Because people who have truly reached authenticity and are very clear about who they are, are who they are in your face in front of the camera, and they can have that and keep that same energy when it's just you and them in private. So I would let confronting those people on camera in them situations be my personal way of discerning the real from the fake and who's worth it from who the fuck ain't.
And that's what the lemon squeeze did for me. That's exactly what the lemon squeeze did for me moving forward. Because I know who, for me and in my life, who is worth having that conversation with and who's not worth having that conversation with. And I mean, I'm sad to say there are some people that is worth mending and not worth mending. I found out through this process that Carrie D was one of those people worth mending. I believe in my heart that there will be a moment where me and Markel can mend. I don't know where we start or what have you, but I feel like he has added. I feel like certain people have added, because I'm not trying to exclude nobody, but they have added value to my life since moving to Dallas. But then there are certain people who are not worth having those conversations with because they won't add anything to my life until they grow, because we can't help each other out. So yeah. And it's not just, I'm not just saying this because he right here. I think I kept the same energy for the longest. But and I would like to just say that I would like people to note that off camera and separate from the show, please give me some type of grace because my reactions are definitely different. Just putting that out there. Just saying.
Markel, you didn't I want you to answer the question too. Do you love Reesei and this friendship enough to try to put in some work to heal whatever is left? Or rebuild?
So I'm gonna be 100% honest and transparent. I think that there were opportunities for conversations to be held that should have happened then, and a lot of the reservations that I have is really how things played out. Like, and I don't want to be rude, but I don't want to be friends with someone who records my conversations, whether it's for reality or for just play. Like, if I'm speaking to you about our friendship or something or whatever it is, I don't need that to be out there like that. Whatever our stuff is private. I'm not saying that he's ever recorded me, because I don't know, maybe not, but I've never done that.
I've never recorded you.
Back in middle school, if it was like a three-way phone call, like I don't know. So it would take. So like when I see all of these headliners and like, oh, here's the proof, here's the receipts, I got like all the other stuff, it just makes me be like, do I gotta be on pins and needles? Do I gotta worry about what I say? Do I gotta like double down on it? Do I have to CC myself so I know I put it? I don't know. I don't want to be in a situation like that. And I'm not saying that that's how it's going to be, but that's just what I see.
I feel you.
And that's
Reesei, why do you feel you used to do that though? I've noticed that too. Like in every situation, you always got a receipt in your pocket to just protect yourself, just in case. But why do you feel the need to have to move like that?
So it's not necessarily I have a need to move like that, but I know the industry that I'm in. I've been in the industry for a minute, so I do have to have, and because of the way that I had a miscarriage of representation for myself on the show, because I fucked up with how I put myself out there too. Because if I want to put myself out there the way that I did, then certain things that I have said of substance would have been received better from the public. That's just for me. I learned that a little while ago. But for me, because I have, and there's no other way around me saying this, because I have seen how certain people react and how certain people move with others, that's when I have recorded conversations. But there are people that I have never recorded a conversation between us, like Markel. I've never recorded a conversation that me and Markel had had because I had no reason to not trust him. And I had no reason to think that he, yeah, I definitely could see it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would just like for you to just know that I've never recorded a conversation between us because I never felt like I couldn't trust you. And even when people would say things about what they had heard from you about whatever, I still didn't necessarily believe them until I didn't believe them. I ain't gonna say necessarily, but might try and make it sound cute. I didn't. And I never felt like I couldn't trust you until all of the problems publicly started happening and all the bickering, all the Nene Cynthia stuff started happening publicly. Like that, all of that stuff is when my guards came up and all the reservations came up and we never had conversations and it was everybody else's opinion and I felt like I was ganged up on. I felt like I was being bullied. You felt the same way. You felt like I was, using my power for certain things and all of that. But it's not that I record every conversation that I have with somebody. That's not a thing. But I have to have some type of proof for vindication for myself in certain situations when they come to a head. And I will say that I definitely did that only because of how I saw things were going with a particular person. And it doesn't do me any, it doesn't do a service to me to publicly reveal those recordings, but I will reveal them privately or off camera or off the record with certain sources just to, I guess, not necessarily get vindication, but just let people understand, hey, this is why I did this and here's why, because of this, how this transpired. Because, I mean, there's just a lot of things out there where certain people are very conniving in a snake. I don't necessarily think that Markel is a snake. I think that we got all caught up in a situation where him and I had a really genuine friendship. We built it. We just so happened to be placed in a show that started the beginning of it. And towards the middle of this show situation is when it started to kind of get raggedy and tatter and all that. So, I mean, whenever we have the conversation, if we ever have the conversation, it's not that I don't expect him to just be like, oh, yeah, we back to square one before all of this stuff happened. No. But I think that if we both agree to start somewhere, then we can eventually get to a point where the trust is back there. Yeah.
Well, let me say this. I think, just from a person to a person, I think that from last night, what was today, Saturday? Okay, so from Thursday up until now, I feel like the situations are dead. I feel like let it go. Let go of all the recordings, the emails, the texts, the blogs, the Skypes, the drones, whatever it is, let it go. If you're starting your new project, a RESSIEG production, just as I'm doing an 8-6 production, 8-6 TV, I'm not bringing all of that over here, and you shouldn't do that either. So just holding on to that for just like a loaded gun for whatever the situation is, hang it. It's dust. It doesn't even matter. Even if the recording said like, I don't know, whatever it say, it's just not needed. A conversation between us, I do think that it will probably happen in the future. Right now, I'm, like you said before, I'm just not in the space. I'm just not in that space right now just because I am really trying to build whatever I have off the ground. And that's kind of the same thing I felt with Lovers and Friends. It was my very first show. I was filming. 92% of everything was done by me, so I didn't have time to be a friend to anybody. So everybody caught the back burner. So, but yeah, I don't have no issues anymore. I've spoken what I needed to say. A conversation could happen in 2022, 3 or 4. I don't know. At some point, but I'm not going to be doing all the publicly.
So we can agree that we can walk away from here with a mutual understanding that, girl, when the time comes, we can still have respect for each other in between time. But if the winds allow it, child, when the timing is right, we can have a conversation. And it don't necessarily mean we're gonna be running through the field holding hands and shit. And people got to get this out of their mind too. Nothing will ever go back the way something used to be, especially when things cut so deep in the friendship, relationship, or however you describe your guys' situation. So don't ever expect that things are going to go back the way they used to be. Because I have people like that in my life where we're not necessarily where we were, and it's okay, child, and that's life.
But at least been a good place.
Right, where you have mutual respect for one another.
I believe wholeheartedly that I can have a conversation with Markel because I am no longer connected to a particular entity. I can have a conversation with him when I get back in town. I mean, I'm open to doing it whenever. And the only reason I still have the quote unquote receipts that I have is just to, if he needs to understand more. But if not, he can press delete on my phone and get it out of there. Yeah.
I have a question. Because there's been talk, it's been publicly known that you are no longer with the channel, and there's been numerous of people saying Markel should take over Chasing Dallas. It has not been any conversation as far as like higher ups of contract and all other stuff. That's just been that's just been in this realm, right? Let's just say the opportunity comes up and I say, you know what, fine, I'm gonna take it. You gonna be upset?
No.
Honestly.
Huh?
Honestly, you wouldn't be upset at all.
Honestly, wholeheartedly, I would not be upset at Markel at all. I would not be upset at him. I would probably be upset at Ondario for a moment, but then I'll let it go and move on. But I think that if Markel was to be put in a position where he wanted to continue to do Chasing Dallas, I say definitely do it. Go ahead, do your thing. I'm moving on to do other things. And now I can move in a different way than I did with Chasing Dallas as a producer. And it taught me a lot. I will never go back to chasing reality, but at the end of the day, we all know that that is a great platform for people to grow. So if that is going to be a mobile for Markel to grow as a producer, I endorse him doing it. If the intent by putting Markel in that position would be to slight me, I would encourage him not to do it because it wouldn't be genuine, and he would just be being a pawn in that moment. But I wouldn't feel no type of way about it because I'm my journey with Chasing Reality is done. My tenure there is done. I've made great strides. So
let me ask you this though:
it shouldn't be a disservice.
Based on what you see him do with Lovers and Friends and the success of that, do you think he would be a great producer for Chasing Dallas?
I would say after season 1 of Rookies and him starting production for season 2 of Rookies, I think that he could be prepared for Chasing Dallas. Only because it is a lot of weight and pressure. And the preparation that you have to deal with the magnitude of what Chasing Dallas brought is a lot. And I don't believe that I think that it would do Markel a disservice if he were to do it now, because he needs the experience with the ensemble cast, the trenches, the critiques, the bloggers, he needs to experience all of that, because Lovers and Friends, doing a dating show is different from doing a show where you have to be, because I mean, with a ensemble cast, you're fighting your values, you're fighting your personal beliefs in what people are doing. You have to address people, and they become your children in essence. And
I'm gonna have
so
to disagree
I
with
don't
you,
think.
Reesei.
Think so?
The only reason I disagree is only because you put yourself in a situation where you're going to get hit twice. Meaning
So
you
you
are a cast
wouldn't
member
be a
and you're
producer
EP.
and a cast member, Markel?
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't do that. So that's why I say I disagree, because when you become two of those things, it's just like how you open up that narrative for people to think there's going to be something biased, or you're doing something, or there's something sneaky. So you're not getting hit of just like being production. You're getting hit because it's like you're on this cast and you know what's going on. So I think that if you had chose one, you would have merely got the heat that you got for these past 3 years.
I think I probably still got some heat because I still had friendships. You know what I'm saying? Like, I still was building friendships and being producer. So that's where the lines kind of get blurred or whatever. But to answer Kat, I mean, hey, that's how I feel. I think that I don't think that he should jump in bed right after this situation. But to Markel, if you were to be the next executive producer of Chasing Dallas, do your thing. It won't do me no harm. I won't feel no type of way, especially if we get back on good terms. Let's say we get back thick as thieves. I'm gonna be there rooting for you. I do apologize for not rooting for you for your show airing and having a show, just because of all the other stuff that was going on surrounding it at that moment. So I mean, a better friend would have had the wherewithal to actually just be like, you know what, fuck all that. This is still my friend. I support you. Congratulations. And I didn't do that. So I'm sorry for that. But, you know.
Do you receive that, Markel?
I receive it. I mean, I receive it.
I think it's just it's time. I think it just takes time, you know.
I will say this though, to continue attacking that other point, when you said that there's a lot of this, that, and the third, I think it is because you straddled the line of cast member and EP. I really do believe, and I know you're probably tired of me saying this by now, Chop, but I really do believe, like, I see how quickly Lovers and Friends was done. I know they're two different types of shows, but I can imagine it's still as much hard work. How quickly that it was able to be accomplished from start to finish because he was only wearing the EP hat. So I see, and also too, there was a lot of things that transpired throughout this season, audio issues, some visual issues. There's a lot of other things that I felt like if your 100% attention was paid on being executive producer, you would have been able to nip all of that in the bud. And there wouldn't have been so much. We would have been able to move throughout these people's storylines and have multiple storylines instead of just two big ones that consume the entire season. And I think that's a
I get that. I feel like
I agree.
The only reason why I'm not gonna harp on it, because I feel you, Bobby, but the only reason why I'm not is because I feel like with a RESSIEG production, he'll get a chance to see it. You know? So when
absolutely.
when
and
he's
keep
in
in mind, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make a quick point. Keep in mind, Markel has been doing shows longer than I have been doing shows. So even when he had a project, what was the project? Like, it was a project back in the day where he was like doing it with him and his friend girls or whatever. And I mean, he may have felt what the weight of it was then. I didn't know no better. I mean, I was just looking at, okay, well, if Shawnee could do it, I can do it. I'm strong enough to do it. If Mariah could do it, I can do it. If Nikki Gilbert can do it, I can do it. But the difference between the two is they got full-scale teams, thousands of dollars to help out the situation and everything like that. So, like I said, something after that reunion, I had an epiphany And I finally got the reality check in the mail of, yeah, the reason why I should not have done both is because I should not have been showing my personal growth. I should have dealt with my shit by myself and not, and I didn't prepare myself for what came, which is experiencing all this shit on camera. Because if I wasn't, I'm gonna tell y'all this, if I wasn't a cast member and EP, I guarantee you, I would, me and Markel, for me, this is just my opinion, my perspective. I think that me and Markel would not have had a problem. I think that me and George would actually be cool. I think that me and Trey would actually still be together. I think that me but I don't think that me and Carrie would have ever became friends as much as we are now, though. So I mean, there's different ways to kind of look at it. So, I mean, I definitely understand now because I wasn't able to, because if we only give Reesei G just cast member and not EP, Reesei was a great cast member. He gave the drama, he gave the bullshit, he did all this stuff. He was doing all of these things. It was great to watch. We ate it up with a spoon and a fork at the same time. Then if we take Reesei G away and just give him EP, okay, he did a good job as an EP. Okay, well, I can see it. There's place for improvement, but I see that there's constant improvement from season 1, season 2 improved from season 1, season 3 improved from season 2, and then we saw his spinoff, The Retreat, and it was okay. It's progressive as the EP, so we get that. So yeah. Now it took me a minute to actually, land that plane because I had to understand what it was for me and not what everybody else was saying. But yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I definitely get hit twice. And I may be wrong. I mean, Markel may take Chasing Dallas. It may be bigger than what it ever been and all of that. I ain't gonna feel no type of way about it because I know what my motives are for doing shows and I can just continue to put out content. And it's not a competition. It's not I'm trying to do this for this particular reason or anything like that. I mean, business, yeah, definitely has to be handled, but my motive is not to take anything away from anybody.
Let me
as
ask
far
you
as
this:
getting to the next level.
Did you, you being on the show, was that genuinely because you wanted to be on the show? You
No,
wanted to be a reality show star, or was it because you felt your presence was needed to make it to me?
I felt like I had a responsibility. I felt like I had a responsibility to be a cast member, just to be my season 1 and half of season 2. I felt like I had to be in front of the camera because if the show got boring, then I had to do something to spice it up. If the show was too spicy, then I had to be genuine to calm it down. I think I've said that before, but no, I never wanted to be in front of the camera. I didn't. I hated it, but I know I had to do it because I don't like confrontation because I know how I have dealt with confrontation in the past. And I was a huge fighter. Like that was the go-to thing is to fight. I'm from the ghetto. I'm from the hood. That's what we do. And it just wasn't, to me, I didn't want to do it. But I felt like I had to do it only because I couldn't trust my deliverables without me being in front of the camera, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I have another question. And this is just me in my own mind putting 2 and 2 together, just curious. Imani posted a video saying she's leaving. Does that have anything does it have anything to do with you leaving? Or B, is that just on her own? Or C, she's leaving and she's coming to, and y'all still gonna be working together on your things?
So Imani leaving has nothing to do with me not being a part. I know why she's leaving, but I can't speak on her behalf because I didn't ask her first. I didn't ask her if I could say the truth right now, so I can't say that, and I'm not trying to cause no risk with nobody. because I mean I'm just not. So, but no, she's not leaving because of me. She's leaving because of something else. And I don't know if there is space for us to work together on a product. I can't say this though. I don't know if there is room right now for us to work together on a production together, only because she is on her own growth path right now. Would I take advice from Eric, the producer, who has been doing this for X amount of years, and he has Calicosa Productions and all that? Absolutely, yes. But as far as her being a assessment giver, that's dead. I don't see that. I don't see me helping her produce that anymore. If she chose to do something like that, that's on her own account. But I don't even right now. I can't even see us doing any type of show together because I don't need Imani in that way. What I need Imani to do is just be Eric to me and be my confidant and my friend and my other head to put things together as a producer, and that's it. So yeah. And even when, and I will say this too, me adding Imani to the show when she was added, wasn't even for the sake of me doing something. It was me taking a chance to help her grow her platform. And I was like, I think this could help you. And I don't, even though it worked out, I shouldn't have done it that way, because it was me doing something for somebody else and not doing something for me. So I don't regret it. I don't regret it. But a lot of things that I did as it pertained to me doing the show was not in the best interest of me first. It was always in the best interest of other people first. And that's a no-no. So I was kind of like being what I call a terroristic people pleaser. And just simply doing things not for me. I was doing it for everybody else. I was helping my friend grow his YouTube channel. But then in turn, what the problem, the conflict I was always experiencing is, no, I'm still trying to help my people get seen a particular way too, though. So Reesei, what you doing, bitch? Like, which one are you doing? And so that was an internal conflict that I always had, that I don't think that I've ever expressed publicly until now. But yeah, so, you know, that's kind of the thing.
Okay.
All right. Child, well, shit. I don't know.
Y'all been on for 3 hours? Oh, this sounds like another channel.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for Reesei. So what do you think about like some of the things that I was saying earlier, like 5,000 hours ago, about, because you mentioned like a more docu-series style show.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think that would be a great idea, because I think that a lot of these guys and girls have a lot more going on personally than what's able to be conjured up in this, like, let's put these bitches in a room together and get them to battle it out with all these feminine tops. Like, I think we're washed with all of that. Like, can we, like, I think that a more insightful and probably true to character, because I think it'll alleviate a lot of the pressure on a lot of the castmates as well if there was more of an emphasis on their actual lifestyles and not like, because everybody is going to lose when it's just a Jerry Springer style show. Yes. Like, everybody's going to lose in that. Everybody's going to get judged. Everybody's going to get crucified. And there's ultimately going to be no learning lesson in none of it. But I think that more of that docu-series style situation is popping off. Like, what do you think about web series going there, the LGBT folk?
I think that it is I believe that there is a way for us to give the viewpoint of it being reality TV, but still giving genuine substance like Braxton Family Values did. Because I think that, and I'm always going to use them as a reference point because that's kind of what I've been bringing up lately in my conversations with people. And I think there's a way to do it. I just haven't honed in on how to do it yet, but I'm working towards doing that. Docu-series like TLC shows and stuff like that, or those shows like 1,000-Pound Sisters and stuff like that. You know, those shows are fun to watch. They're funny to watch. You know what I'm saying? Like I live for 1,000-Pound Sisters. Like that show is everything, and it touches my heart to watch it. But yet and still, us as producers who have come into this YouTube space and have grown so quickly, it takes time for people to step back, which I'm doing, to step back and reevaluate what you're putting into the world and what you're giving to this space. And so I believe that I'm going to make an effort to put out more content that is possible. But then, I mean, we still like confrontation TV. We like trash TV. Everybody like trash TV. I mean, you know, but then there has to be a way where...
I personally would love to see a, not just like it, I would like to keep the framework of reality TV, but more so like also bring like a Iyanla Fix My Life dynamic, like, because I noticed that her shows are able to capture reality and authenticity and deal with some real shit while also that organically creating the drama and the intensity necessary to really glue an audience together. And one of the things that I think is really interesting about the LGBT community is that our community needs a lot of fucking healing. And I think if we pack these bitches into a room together and start exercising demons out of their asses and putting them in rehabilitation courses and really dealing with a lot of the internalized shit that especially Black same gender loving people have had to put up with, I think that there is an interesting and creative and very deep way to do that. But I do think it requires creativity. I think your choices in terms of who you get, like, you should hire me as a creative director, you know, but we'll talk about that all.
I mean, and I'll definitely, yeah, we can talk about that. I mean, that was my goal with the retreat. And I think that I would say 80% we accomplished that. Because I think that could have been more. I mean, but I was on no shade. I was on time crunch, and on a financial crunch. Because girl, but I mean that was my goal with the retreat. And as we have developed the retreat, as we're getting ready to close out filming. I mean, well, not filming, but pre-production for the retreat to come back. I think that we'll be able to accomplish that more because one, I'm not in front of the camera, so I can focus solely on the story. Two, there have been some things, some people to help me with some coins. So I mean, we have a little bit more time to capture more, and I have more time to sit and actually develop the idea so that we can get that. So even if we do have the moments of, hey, there's a Love and Hip Hop, and then there's a Iyanla, and then you know, or even seeing where those reality stars like Erica Mena would go to a Iyanla Fix My Life, and then once you see her episode with Iyanla, it fixes your perspective of her. And then if she go back to Love and Hip Hop and act a fool, then that's okay. I mean, that's just on her, but at least we tried. So yeah, I agree. I mean, I did a documentary last August, and I mean, it's not something that I put out or anything like that, but I saw that it confirmed that me being behind the camera is better. And I saw that there's a way that I can push the envelope so that a depiction is given for a family. It was just for a family so that they can work on some stuff. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I'm not gonna, it took some time for me to get it. And it took some growth for me to get it. Yeah. And I wouldn't be in this space of, my head is so clear and I'm so ready for this because I feel like I'm at a clean slate now. I mean, and that's not supposed to be taking a shade or anything like that, but I just feel like I'm in a very clean slate place to where anything is possible. Mending fences is possible. I'm open to it. Now, you ain't gonna disturb my energy now, but I'm open to it because I see value in certain people and what they can add to my life and what I can add to others. So yeah, my intention with the retreat was to exactly do that. And I mean, you saying
and
that
it was
now
genius. It was
the way that we're going.
genius, Reesei. Like, and this is why people keep going back to the retreat, because it if you just deal with matters of the heart, that's drama in and of itself. You don't even have to like, it don't even have to be actual. When you just ask people to really show up and you get people who willing to do that, the rest falls by the wayside. So I know that you got your
like,
ass
for
kicked
example too. like I don't mean to cut you off. Like for example, too, like the next ensemble cast show that I'm currently working on, it's been very, very hard. No shade, but I want to kind of give that. I don't know if y'all watched The Sweet Life Los Angeles. It was a show that Issa Rae produced, or she executive produced it. And like I live by how that show was, because their confrontation was like based on you hurt my feelings. You hurt my feelings too. I hate you. I hate you. I love you though. I love you too. Let's fix it. Cry it out, and then they're back together. You know. And so like I've been reworking it. So I hope when it comes out that y'all will be able to receive it and just see my growth personally through my work now, because I don't plan on being. Me personally, I don't plan on being in front of the camera in that particular capacity. And then I'll even amplify that a little bit more. If I don't necessarily have to be in front of the camera to get my point across, then I won't do it ever again. Now, if NBC walk up to me and be like, "Hey, we were looking for the next gay Oprah. Would you do it?" I'm gonna say, "Hell the fuck yes." But right now that's not in my sight, because I think that there's room for better.
Amen, my God. Well, I know you got your ass kicked a little bit over the past few months, but I believe in you, and I think that a lot of the crucifying that has been happening is indicative of the fact that a lot of other people really see it for you. That's why they be applying the pressure and applying the fire, because they see something in you that can bring it all the way full circle. And I'm glad to hear in some ways that you are continuing to work on yourself and evolve forward and take some of the criticism that really is actually constructive to heart and just continue to use that information. So I'm wishing you all the best, and I can't wait to see what the hell happens with RESSIEG production, and I will also do my part to support as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yep.
Amen. Markel, you want to promote?
What can we expect from a RESSIEG production?
The goal is, and this is very much an overzealous goal, but the goal is by the summer to have at least 5 shows in production. So that's the goal. I'm continuing the retreat. Yes. I like the thrill of doing the shows that are ensemble cast shows. It's no secret that I was working on a show in Chicago, so I mean I have to finish that and put it out. I'm working on some other shows with specific topics and things like that. So yeah. So I mean, I'm just working. It gives me a lot of pleasure to work. So I mean, I'm just working.
Hey Markel, give us a rundown on Rookies. What can we expect from this show?
So Rookies is
and hold on before you start. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have to ask this question. The child that Glenn, is that the child from Lovers and Friends?
Yes.
That's the one.
He told me. He was like,
I just knew, honey.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're really going to like Glenn. You really are. Glenn really didn't get a moment for Lovers and Friends because it wasn't really about him, but learning his personal life and just how he moves and how he interacts with everybody, he's really funny. He is so funny.
Okay.
He's like, no, I ain't gonna say that. So Rookies is really dedicated. So basically, the whole idea was I felt like our generation, as the millennials, at some point we need to bring up the next kids. So I wanted to just really focus on kids who are the next generation Z, ages 21 through 24, who's not ready for a career, who's not ready for like their entrepreneurship. They're not singers, dancers, makeup. Like, I don't know what they do for a 9 to 5 because that's not what this is about.
Glenn dressed like he worked for Amazon, child. Go ahead.
Glenn is all about his style, so it's a style for everybody. But so Ricky's is basically bringing these group of people together who don't know each other, and I honestly just see if this new generation can um, work on a new friendship in the summer of Dallas without all the riffraff. So you get to really get to focus on these kids, their personal lives, um, deaths, um, petty drama that we probably wouldn't even acknowledge, but that's just something that they live in. They live in this social media TikTok world. Um, so it's really just putting on the next generation. So that's what Ricky's is about. And I do think that I think Ricky's was good. It was very entertaining. I mean, of course, first episode is more like the introduction to how they got together, and then so on. You'll learn more about everything else that goes on with them. So that is the first show that is on 86 TV on YouTube. So y'all go subscribe, and yeah, it's definitely gonna be a long road because I know. Starting from the very bottom, from 0 subscribers to where we at now, from no views to now. So I'm not even looking forward to like thousands of views. I'm looking for just the natural slow grow and just see what happens, and then just go from there.
Okay.
Do you have more shows under your belt for your production company?
I do. There's 2 additional shows that will be under 8.6, and we are going to start that in February. And I'm actually really kind of busy right now because I have Rookies, and then I have 2 other shows that we're about to start on in the next month in February. But then I partner up with Wuda because Wuda really wants to be in this realm of producer EP. So he has some revamping things that he did and changed the concept of some of a show he had previously. And I'm going to help him film that project. So
you're gonna bring that show to life.
Huh?
You're gonna bring that show to life.
I'm going to help him bring that show to life, but it won't be under my channel. It will be under his channel. So he has his channel. I'm helping him.
Hold on, who's that?
Your husband, girl. That show that never got on the ground, girl. He gonna finally get them good.
Okay, I'm here for that.
So,
and hold on, real quick before you start. I'm so sorry, Wuda Lee, honey. Yesterday was your birthday. I was a horrible wife, child. I was cheating on him.
Nothing.
I'm so sorry. It was his birthday, child. I know y'all went out, had a good time.
Shame on you, YB. Shame on you.
I was cheating on him. I had trade, child. It was a whole mess. I apologize.
You've been cheating, though.
Yeah, I've been a whore. But it was his birthday. I just wanted to say, hey, I know he watches. He don't get in. He be in the bushes and stuff, you know.
He'll come. I'll make sure that he knows that you said something. Yeah, we went in a nice little private birthday dinner for him yesterday.
I saw. No invite.
Girl, I don't think you have an attitude. You didn't even wish him a happy birthday. So unsnap that neck, bitch.
I'm sorry, child.
So yeah, I don't want to speak on everything that Wuda has. He has whatever happened to the Zell and the Wu show and the Wuda show. From my understanding, Zell didn't want to be a part of it anymore, so Wuda just take the reins and change some things and revamp it to something else.
I could actually speak to that. If y'all would like. So when the Zell and Wu show actually came about and the trailer was put out there, Wuda had stopped for a moment, and then I had jumped in to work with him to bring another project to life, which was gonna be The Crew, about him and his friend circle. But then there were some things and some disconnect with like people. There was a lot of people that had filtered in ideas from his friend circle, and then some people didn't want to be a part anymore, so it just didn't come to fruition. But the Zell and Wu show, Zell didn't have the time to actually be committed to it anymore. And so that's when he chose to not be a part. And then the revamp came about, or the other attempt for the revamp that came about when I kind of helped, and then I just fell back on that too. So,
Oh, I do have a question
but it's good
for
that
you,
because
though.
he wants to be a producer for sure.
Will you be taking your Jay and Roderick and everybody?
Wait, go back. It had went out for a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, child. This is StreamYard, honey, or AT&T, whatever. Child, they need to get it together. But will you be taking your production team with you as well, or are you starting fresh with all new people?
Of course, I gotta take my bottom bitches with me, honey. Yes, I gotta have them with me. But I have told them that I've encouraged them to work on other projects because I think that they have the makings of fantastic producers. Because especially CJ coming from season 2 to season 3, and then Roderick stepping into this space too, they have the potential to be great producers. And I told them with reason I would be behind them with anything they wanted to do. But excuse me, I am diligently working to try and grow my team for sure, because now I'm excited about that piece too, because it's going to be different for me. I'm going to enjoy being a bitch behind the camera. Because I'm going to enjoy being the Miranda Priestley behind the camera and letting my productions be Runway, because Runway was the best. So,
I do have a question for both you and Mark. This question is the same question, but I know Markel's going to have to answer differently than you. So will you be taking on the reins of editing for your own show, or will you be seeking out a new editor?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I have no interest in editing. I have more power to people that edit. But I actually acquired an editor back when we were doing the 2 pilot episodes of Chase and Chat, and he was actually supposed to continue editing Chase and Chat. But because of creative differences, that didn't come back. But yes, I do have another editor, and we're actually gonna be bringing a digital talk show back too. That's another one.
Okay, because I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I have another editor.
I was going to ask you if you were going to pick up on Chase and Chat or not, or if you're just going to rebrand it, or if you're going to bring it back literally.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to rebrand it. And I am going to have people that are, I have one person that has agreed to be a host or a panelist, however, whatever term you want to use, that's a part of the Chasing Reality. That's still going to be a part of it. And yeah, I'm definitely going to rebrand it and bring it back, because I think I enjoy doing that too. Now, in that capacity, I would like to continue to do a talk show type of thing, because it's not a confrontational thing, because I think I have a good viewpoint on certain things. But yeah, it's that way of doing a show in a capacity will definitely come back. It won't be Chase and Chat, unfortunately, but it will be something, because I think that we got a formula to make that work.
Are any of the people who were originally a part of the episodes?
I would love to know, is my straight husband still going to be a part of this?
So the Conscious Lead actually is a client of mine now, under the Gamble Group, my company. I can finally say that. Because he is going in another direction. He will actually be a producer for the show, but because of his time,
Child, tell me.
I don't know so much if he'll have enough time to actually do the show as a host, but he's definitely going to be around. Like I actually talked to him before I came, before I started traveling today. But yeah, he'll be a part. I don't know if because he is on another show called The Chop Up. And so it's kind of the same thing, but I definitely want to bring him in as a guest host for like when a actual permanent host is not available, and have him come in and be my Raiden Simone, so to speak, or you know what I'm saying, like kind of like come in and fill the space if somebody is not able to come to work that day. So
I'd love him to fill the space too.
You know what?
Come on. But one person on the panel I'm not bringing back, and then
it will probably be 2 people if I choose not to be full time. So yeah,
got it.
Okay.
YB, to answer your question, I do everything over there at 86.
Okay.
Film, produce, edit, and so everything that you'll see, it'll be done by me.
Wow.
Okay.
What do you like more? Editing, filming, or producing?
Oh, Jack, if I could just pay somebody to just do it all. If I could just come up with the idea.
In the words of Mariah Carey, someday.
Someday, someday. But you know what? The editing, I will say this: the editing is easy. It's easier for me to edit as far as put things together because I filmed it and I know how the story goes. So it's not like I have to figure it out. Only thing different is that I don't want to do too many I really wanted to make it seem like a real show without all of the YouTube-y sounds, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
I hear you.
But I wanted it to be just a little bit different. Just set aside. You may hear 1 or 2, but it's not gonna be like a lot.
Do you have a production team yet, or is it just limited to you and me?
It's Markel and Logan. We do a hell of a job, okay? Listen, I mean, Buddha comes in to help me film scenes, when he doesn't film everything, but he'll come and help me film scenes when I feel like it's everybody and I want to make sure that everybody's captured.
Just put that camera on his ass.
Well, I have 2 tripods. I have my mics, so I just pack the car up and we just go. Yeah, so everybody give rookies a chance, all right?
Yeah.
Everybody got a doggone chance. I think some of y'all in the comments, Lovers and Friends is boring. Well, let me tell you, okay? Lovers and Friends is a different type of show. Let's talk about that. Lovers and Friends was a different type of show for Chasing Reality. Chasing Reality really is it's just a lot of drama. And Lovers and Friends is not.
Let me put it to you this way. The dry ass, especially for season 2. What was that boy's name again? The dry Lionel child. His dry ass. It was Lionel, that strong ass tomato, that really dragged that for me in his lies and buffoonery.
No, the other guy really made it. That guy who made the strong ass tomato, I love him.
And his crazy ass too.
I love him.
But you know what? I felt like even though, like I said before, even though he got a lot of heat for that, but everything that he was saying is like what people really do in real life.
And then how he had that poor man, Mr. Yoga After Dark child, whatever his name is, honey, had that poor buy that big ass fucking bottle of vodka for no goddamn reason.
He didn't tell him to do that.
Joshua, if Rookies doesn't have any fighting, the girls are going to call us loose fest. Well, there is fighting. I will say that. We ain't asked for it.
Ooh, let me ask you this question. Did those people ever hook up for real? The one who was like, girl, I'm not leaving here without a man.
Yes!
Did she have
I don't think I mean,
or she just went in the backyard to get on her knees and give thanks real quick.
I call her Virginia Slim.
Who are you talking about?
Remember the one who Virginia Slims and was like, yeah. And you was filming because I heard your voice. Y'all was in the mixer. And she was like, if I can't have nobody here, can I go somebody else? And you was like, go for it. She was like,
Dang, what was his name? Oh, gosh. I forgot his name. But at the end of the day, Coffee wasn't interested. He wasn't interested. But Coffee is not a rude guy to say like, no disrespectful. So he pulled him outside, had a conversation. He's like, they can be cool, but nothing's gonna happen from there.
He didn't even get his dick sucked or nothing. Child, you better take advantage of those moments.
He definitely was not interested. Dang, I forgot that boy's name. I can't even think of his name.
We did too, child. No worries.
He was either Benton and Hedges or Virginia Slim to me.
Because, honey, Daddy said, I'm not leaving here without something. I'm not leaving home.
She came to the camera. She was bold as shit. She was like, I know I wasn't chosen, but can I choose somebody for myself? Bitch, Oh my
all these
god.
lovers and friends. Okay, listen. So I am bringing back lovers and friends. However, it's another version of it. Kind of something similar to, not nothing similar, but like.
Well, I want to be on it, Markel. I want to be a contestant. I'm looking for love, bitch.
No, hell
You
no.
don't live.
No,
You don't live
no,
by
baby.
us.
You gonna have to fly me out, y'all.
You've been trying to come to Dallas for a long time. Then you said, I'm coming in January, and you have yet to buy any
And you
tickets,
just
but
in the
you can-
comments, I'm not coming. Like, girl,
We gotta set something up. I could do a virtual date. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be easier too.
Well, there will
Not
be
virtual.
a different version of Lovers and Friends for season 3. It will be almost like how it was Chasing Dallas presents The Retreat. It will be Lovers and Friends presents
Okay.
Well, ...
Oh, so a spin-off of Lovers and Friends, basically.
Yes.
With me. I'll be a perfect contestant. I'm like,
I'm
child, let me tell you how easy I am, Markel. Let me tell you how easy I am. Bitch, all y'all niggas line up, drop them draws, and we gonna do dick comparisons, bitch.
This is YouTube.
Bitch,
Bitch,
if you don't
I do that.
if you don't have
You trying to turn this into what's that channel? What's that channel? All the gay people on it.
Logo.
Single. Signal 23. That's what you're trying to change this into.
Child, they over there touching the girls in their sleep. Child, I don't have time for that.
Oh Lord.
They be touching the girls in their sleep allegedly, honey. I don't have time for that.
There's a lot of people in the comment section who are asking about G Status season 3. According to a lot of my very close, intimate sources regarding G Status, there is a reunion that's being wrapped up in a final, not a reunion, but there's like a final episode that's still in completion, and they are currently filming for season 3, like right now. Like I got friends who just came off the set of things being shot for G Status season 3. So they are working actively on season 3, and they are putting together a final period on season 2.
And here's my period. I'm gonna need them to be the fuck quiet, and I'm gonna need them to bring out what the fuck they say they're gonna bring out. Because KL and his anger issues told us not too long ago that he was gonna be bringing out this stuff. I think it was like right before Thanksgiving, and we still haven't seen anything yet.
A girl it is, bitches. To Meek's point, put a dick in your mouth, bitch. I'm responding to other people in the comment section, not to you. Bowl your fucking balls up in your uterus hole. I'm talking to people in the comment section. If you don't apply to you, shut the fuck up.
Girl, I will say this though. I'm extremely proud of everyone. Nonetheless, how things may be ending with Dallas and all this kind of shit. And I understand that Dallas is really not really ending. Because, girl, let's be honest here. Well, no matter the feelings, Dallas was trailblazed as a motherfucker. So personally, it was my favorite of the franchises. It was where, you know, that's
the show
personal
is
for
not
me.
ending. He publicly came out and said that
I know.
it's not ending. Oh,
so I do want, but I'm proud of everybody, and I want y'all to continue doing y'all thing and making strides in the community and making the efforts to produce wonderful content that properly reflects, you know, our community. And I'm here for it. And I just want people to get to spaces where we can work together, because in business, you don't have to like someone to understand good business. To know that, okay, like, honey, we can join forces and become a very powerful entity if we can just put certain things behind us and move forward and make things pop and shake. Because you never know, one day down the road, y'all might find yourselves like, damn, I need Reesei for this one, or I need Markel for this one. This is right up each other's alley. But because you're too, you know, in tune with the personal, it's just gonna be hard for y'all to overcome that. So I feel like in this moment, there was some genuine shit from both sides that makes me feel like there can be that someday in the future.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, too, I just want to tell everybody we are all still growing. We did not go to I didn't go to school for this. I didn't go to school to be a producer. I just wanted to do something, and it just so happened that I did it, and then it got so much recognition that it may have snowballed and got away from me. But now I can take what I've seen, take what I've learned, know what I know now, and grow from it. And if I don't, then definitely let the YBs, the Cats Meows, the Conscious TVs, the Markels, the Every Reviews, all of y'all hold me accountable for it, because I mean that's the only way that I'm able to better myself, and I would charge everybody to kind of receive that too. But just
I ain't saying
give
nothing.
what we're give our new ventures as a collective a chance, even though we're coming from a big entity that taught us so much. I do not regret my tenure with Chasing Reality, because it taught me a lot about myself, and it taught me a lot about this business. And I will always attribute me being a producer to Kevon Burns and Ondario Abrams. I will always do that, because I wouldn't be RESSIEG going into a RESSIEG production, even thinking that I could possibly one day win an Emmy or a Golden Globe. I never had that idea in my head, but now I do, and I'm thankful for it. Even though we may not have ended on the best terms, sometimes you just need to. Sometimes you got to get lost to be found. So, never say never. I just know for me right now, this is just what I see right here in front of me. So, yeah, like Markel said, give his show a chance, give mine a chance too, and just give us a chance as people. Because a lot of producers, I'm gonna say this, and somebody may feel like this is a prick, but a lot of producers don't come and talk to y'all and don't have the opportunity to be people with y'all, and they just always still keep up a facade of trying to keep that whole pump out their chest. But I think that I can speak for certain people, and especially for myself, like, I mean, I've been in the trenches and I done put myself out there with egg on my face with y'all. I done been read by y'all and I done had to, just take it. But I appreciate everything that has happened, because it wasn't in vain, because it has made me a better person. When you know better, you do better.
What's up, Markel?
So I've been seeing this question comments a few times, and I've ignored it, but it came up for the third time, so I'm going to address it. They want to know, how can we trust any content that's going to come from me or Reesei if we came up with drama for season 2? So
I can tell you why too.
Well, for me, I'm strictly going to be EP. I'm not going to be on the show, so I'm not in the mess. And with these Generation Z people, they already ghetto, they already ratchet, and they don't have no respect in the world. I ain't got to tell them to do nothing. They just do what they want to do. Okay. I just press record, and they boom, boom, boom. Okay. Only thing I got to tell them is how to come here and get on this green screen and get more hype. Other than that, they do what they want to do.
Okay.
And my perspective is, I would just say, at the time, as a producer, as a friend, looking out for a friend, that's what we thought was best at that time. But we've grown since then. If you don't want to watch what we put out, don't watch it. If you do. I would hope that you would. But you don't have to trust us as producers. You don't. But at least give us room to be better people. Thus, it trickling over into our work.
Can I ask you a question? And I guess this will go for both Markel and Reesei, since you both are in the producing seat now. Like, do y'all feel like the fact that the producers also become the point of controversy too? Because in the old script of reality TV, we never really even heard from the producers. The controversy and conversations really centered around the actual castmates. But do y'all feel like it's appropriate for commentators and bloggers to also kind of break the fourth wall and deal with who the producers are and how they curate shows and what they bring to the show and what's edited? Because that's kind of a new thing in the world of reality TV. It wasn't always that way.
I don't think that question is for us. I think that question is for Kat and YB. Why do you guys bring up the producers?
Say that again.
Yeah,
that's for the bloggers and the vloggers who bring it up.
Well, no, I want to know from both perspectives, because I want to know how it feels to be on the receiving end too. Like, Are y'all sometimes just like, can these hoes just focus on the cast and not us?
Well, this is the thing. Let me answer that question then from my perspective, and I know I go at this a lot too. It's when you try to personify a certain type of image and give a certain perception of yourself. A lot of times in the community, we're geared towards the glitz and the glamour and all of these things. How can we do that? How can we co-sign that when we see these obvious mistakes that I know that I've never developed a show, but something tells me that certain things I know that I would catch. Even when I'm doing lives or even when I'm doing pre-recorded situation, I know it's much different than a whole show that on the level that you guys are doing it on. I know that I will catch certain things that I'm not going to let the audience be aware of. Breaking third, fourth wall type of situations. Season 2 with the whole recording mess that took place and the whole fight with Trey Womack situations. Like, I feel like certain things should be reeled the fuck in and tight knit. That way no one can speak of production. Because even with Real Housewives, the only time that was brought up with production was with that whole Carlos King mess, Candy, Portia, and all of that. That's the only time that I can think of with Atlanta, because that's the only one that I actually watched, that production was spoken about. So if you can nip those things in the bud, you know, even with like Lovers and Friends, I don't really think I had any real production issues that I spoke of, but like with Chasing Atlanta, Chasing Dallas, Chasing LA, when we see these obvious mistakes, it's like, okay, girl, now we're in the point where we have multiple franchises. There needs to be a point where some of the stuff is cleaned up a little bit better. So I think that's how sometimes we can give our perspective on what's happening with production, because it's right in front of our face. Carrie D sitting down with his grandmother. A major production fail was not testing that audio. We couldn't hear anything that was being talked about amongst the two. You feel what I'm saying? So I think certain things like that, I have no choice but to call that out as a production issue in my review. Does that make sense?
For me, I think it's...
And I feel like those pointers can assist, because I don't think I give bad criticisms. I think I give critiques so that you guys can learn and say, okay, for the next time I know. And I have seen those actual things implemented based on how we review the shows. So I'm not doing it to be mean. I'm doing it so, okay, girl, like, I know you didn't catch this, but I caught it, honey. And if I caught it, I know the girls caught it. I want to see y'all be successful. And the only way to do that is to receive critique. But I understand how it's delivered sometimes can be looked at, okay, are you doing this to help us? Or are you doing this to hinder us?
True. And just from my point of view or my vantage point, I cannot now, moving forward, be upset with things that vloggers or reviewers say if I make myself accessible to respond. Because I cannot like what somebody says in the comfort of my own home. And I think that's what mainstream media and producers do. They don't speak on public platforms about what has been said. Do I think that some of the vloggers may say some things that are kind of a little bit, you know, a slice? Yes, because it's like, okay, well, I'd like to see you do it, you know, and you give me your feelings about it. But I think that we make ourselves, or I could say for me, I made myself too accessible as a producer. One, I was already in front of the camera, and then two, I was accepting every interview, every conversation on live, I was going live. So I mean, I put myself in that space to have those conversations. Now I have to guard that and let, whenever I do join a panel or something, be, oh, we ain't talked to Reesei in a long time. Let's do that now, instead of always trying to give clarity to something. But I will say the critiques have definitely helped. You know, now I do focus groups before I go into production. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like the critiques because it's like, well, I thought I may think one way, but then, you know, you may think another way. Because even like what you just said with the scene with Carrie and his grandma, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the audio was bad, but I didn't think about it until you just actually brought it up, and I was like, you know what? That is true. But I just dropped some coin on some audio stuff. So, you know, I'm gonna try and think that in the future. So yeah, it's kind of like it's a double-edged sword.
I have another question.
I haven't been in that room yet, but my goal is to. I don't want to have. If there's an issue with production wise, which I don't think on this season of Rick is you're gonna say that. But if there's something that have to do with the storylines and the cast and things like that, then you guys can talk to the cast and stuff. I'm not gonna be chiming in on nothing because I built these relationships with the reviewers, bloggers, whatever everybody's title is. I'll have a conversation, but I'm not going to be all this that I've been seeing from numerous of other producers and stuff like that. I don't want to be in that realm. I will say I've learned from all the producers of all the shows. I'm not going to be one of them, and that's not a shame. But I'm not going to put myself in that space where I have to do that. It's either at the end of the day, it's either you like the show or you don't. If you don't like some of the characters, that's fine. If you don't want to watch it, then you can turn to many other shows on YouTube or on TV, and I'm going to be okay. I'm still going to continue to do it because this is something that I want to do.
Okay. I was also going to ask, in relationship to that, like I know that there's been a lot of conversations about like people needing to be paid, cast members needing to be paid. Like, have any for you guys who are in the producer seat and you're producing these shows, have y'all also kind of, I guess, gotten some understanding about better ways that y'all can produce revenue and grow the revenue for the show, like advertisement, sponsorships? Because there's a lot of opportunity for shows to build like an equity and an economy around their brands and stuff.
I think that to speak to that, people have to understand when you look at mainstream media, the budget is given. This is not shot, but I'm just saying what it is, y'all. When you look at mainstream media, the budget is given from first the network. They put in most of the money. And then the executive producers, usually there's more than one, come in and they put in some money because they're looking for a return. So when you have a situation where you have us being, like say Markel, say me, say Karan, Q, KL, whomever, Todd, whomever are just putting in money, we can only put in as much money as possible because we still living our lives. I don't know who got the most money out of all of us, but I know ain't nobody a millionaire yet. So we still have to be able to say, okay, I can't invest in this particular thing right now, but I can pay my rent. And then trying to think of another way to bring in money, it goes back to sponsorships and people, filtering in and showing us love. People, I have to definitely tip my hat to Devontae with On the Way Up because, he put his pride aside and he put out a GoFundMe for one of his projects. I mean, a lot of us, I know for me, I didn't want to put out a GoFundMe just because of what comes with that. But I mean, he did it. So, I mean, hey, more power to you. But yes, for me, I know that advertisement placement is definitely a thing. But now I've been able to, as I've sat back, I've been able to have conversations with people that definitely believe in me. Actually, a blogger that actually believe, and they're like, hey, okay, well, I'll give you, a couple $100. I'll give you this if I know where it's going. And I say, okay, well, if you give me this amount of money, it's going straight to that. And then that's like, okay, here come the money. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a work in progress too, because I mean, I honestly did not know how to find money for shows and stuff
that's
like
why
that.
I asked
But
that, yeah.
I mean, and then now I just found out there's a grant that Sundance has where they can give you money per month to fund your project, but it has to be under their standards and stuff like that. So people still shun reality TV, even though reality TV has a huge impact in the world. But yeah.
Because even to Soulful Dog's point, like Patreon, like putting exclusive and bonus episodes in a Patreon and having that income kind of be yielded to maybe paying cast members, etc. I even go back to the Queen's Court when Kai and Maddie were making like 10, 13 grand just off of advertising people's businesses because the numbers were doing it and people wanted to bank off of that. And so there's really good money in figuring it out, even if you guys have to take like some business courses or some courses in advertisement to get like a general under, because this is how the white people know how to make money. They sit through those boring ass workshops and seminars, and they go into those spaces to extrapolate that information so that they can get out here and kind of work a lot smarter instead of having to work so hard. So yeah.
Right. I agree with you. Yeah. And then like, I mean, I know for me, I would love to pay the cast. I would love to pay my team a lot of money. But I mean, I just don't have it. And so that's why I'll always be indebted, and I will always appreciate my Chasing Dallas 1, 2, 3 cast, the Retreat cast, the Chasing Chat cast, because everybody jumped in this thing with receiving nothing but exposure that they have been able to turn into revenue or opportunities. And so yeah, I mean, I would love to do it, but I mean, I'm coming into this without a budget, you know, and I'm only coming out of my pocket. And you know,
yeah,
I mean, some people know, but some people don't. I'm paying medical bill for my mom, I'm paying rent and 2 households, you know, it's like a lot of stuff. So and then this is something that's my passion. So yeah, that's why
I want to say this. I want to say this real quick to the people in the chat. To the people in the chat, when we have conversations like this, the goal is not to be shady, disgusting, or show displays of raggedy bitch behavior. Most of which are in my chat that I've never seen before. So if you have real questions that reflect a genuine nature of a need to know, then please ask it genuinely, but don't be shady as fuck about it. But I will ask the one question from Quan Meek. I already know the answer. I think it's obvious of why you ended the live for the reunion.
It was a miscarriage of judgment. I got too emotional and I ended it, and that's just what it was. There's no in-depth answer. There's no philosophy behind it. I was continuing to work for a brand that I was no longer responsible to be a part of. And I was getting what I felt like was heat from people that I didn't want to be associated with anymore. And because it was going left, especially with the mom comment, that like that sent me over. That's why I ended the live. It was not proper to do. I do regret that. And I can sit here and I can publicly apologize to the viewers, fans, the sponsors, Dario, my Chasing Dallas cast, Markel, George, Robert, Ariel, Trey Howard, Carrie D. I can apologize to them for doing that, Imani Van Zap, because that was definitely the wrong knee-jerk decision. And that was a test that God in the universe gave me that I failed miserably. But God give you a test that you always got to come back around to. So when it come back around, I'll definitely pass it next time. But that's just all that was. And, sorry for it. But that's just what that was. I didn't have the emotional strength to handle that at that moment. And that's what I chose to do. I was pressed and I was challenged. I felt like my ego was challenged, my manhood was challenged. And, if you got big balls, then do it. And so, all right, well, here go the big balls, when that was, but I laugh about it now because it is funny. But, and so that's what I chose to do in that moment. It was not the best choice. What I should have done was just close my computer and let them continue. That's what I should have done. But I didn't do that. So my bad.
And everything pertaining to Andario, Reese's already spoke on it earlier. He has promised TTB that exclusive conversation piece. So make sure you guys are looking out for that, where you can get the answers to those questions. One last question for you, Reesei. Do you regret, this is from Kwame again, child. Do you regret how you treated Q with the whole Chase in LA situation?
I think that people miss what the problem I had was with Q, with that situation. The problem wasn't me judging his show or anything like that. That wasn't the problem because I was still helping the show behind the scenes, unbeknownst to him. That's something else too that I didn't know until until maybe 2 months ago. I didn't know that he didn't know, or he was never told that I was helping. I never knew that until just 2 months ago, or maybe three. Well, whenever around about episode three of Chasing Dallas is when I found out that none of the other EPs under the brand knew that I was helping. So when I would say that publicly and I would get this, no, you didn't, you ain't did shit. It would be like, bitch, yes, I did. What the fuck? But I didn't know that nobody knew that. So I was like, oh, okay. Now that I know, I can say, when I was reacting to him saying no, that was definitely wrong because I didn't have all the facts. Yes, that was wrong. What led me to the whole live and everything was when I got sent the Bigo and he was saying that it was a competition between me and him. I'm making it a competition. And I know now where he got that from because he was told that. But and I'm not going to say by whom, but he was told that. But it was never a competition. And I felt offended in that moment because he said that I was trying to compete with him. I was trying to best him and all of that when I thought that he knew that I was actually helping. So that's where all of that came from. So do I regret how I reacted when he was live and all the things I was saying that was shady and we was going back and forth? Yes. Do I regret trying or making an attempt to defend myself from his comments that he made on Bigo? No.
Okay. Markel, you got anything you want to add? Anything you want to say?
I just want to quickly answer the question earlier about the funding and things. So there has been a lot of research of how to get more revenue as far as sponsorships, or maybe, like you said, do special like uncut episodes for paid subscribers, or give them an extra episode and maybe just go more in depth. I've had one channel that's on Roku that wants me to put rookies on Roku, but I don't really know how all that works because I don't have Roku. I don't really like Roku, and they're going on all the numbers and stuff, but it just doesn't make sense to me. So it's not ideal for me yet until I fully understand what's going to happen, because I'm not going to lose the rights to nothing, rookies at all. So there are some plans to have rookies on Amazon Prime. That's actually, it's in like stage number 2 right now of approval. So there's a lot of different things behind the scenes that, to gain more revenue. Because as of right now, because just starting off, as everybody know, when you first start off on YouTube as a brand new channel, you are not monetized, okay?
Right.
So any of this funding is all coming from me. So I don't mind having a 9-to-5 that funds my projects or anything. Normally what I do, like even when it came to trying to furnish the house or things like that, I went ahead and I said, okay, I want to have a certain amount of money in this savings account for this. So I just saved money. I wasn't out and about buying drinks and stuff all the time. I had to just pump the brakes and just put stuff in my savings, so I know that when it's time for rookies to come around, that I want to be able to at least take care of something. So they knew going into it that they weren't getting paid for season 1. However, I took care of their expenses. Like when it came to okay, if they were going out to eat for a scene, I paid for the food. If they were going out to a venue to go play games, I'm paying for the games. If they're going out for drinks, I'm paying for the drink. So I'm paying for more of the expenses for them, so they don't feel so. Not that they would feel like this, but I want to give them the opportunity to have a moment where they can try to throw that back in my face. Yeah, and that's about it. That's all I have. I'm going to sign off. This is Markel B, not Reesei G, and I come to get to the money. All right. See you guys.
I love it. I love it. Thank you for your time and your honesty.
Yay.
I really appreciate it, boo. Thank you. And I look forward to all you got coming up.
I don't know who this Quanamic is.
I don't know either. I'm sure.
This is, hold on, Markel is blabbering a bit. This is that long scene from Chases that was all over again. All I know, it was at a 30-minute scene, and per YB, I was dark bait in the dark. I ain't even watch it. I lived it. I don't need to go back and watch it. So I don't even know if I was in the dark or not. I didn't see it. I don't know how long it was, but the season's over.
And to MBN's point, neither one of y'all forget to write all the shit off on y'all taxes, okay? Everything y'all put into the damn show, write it off on them taxes.
Well, they got to bring back first.
I just found out the other day, y'all, that, and I ain't know none of this. We learned as we go. I did not know that you could do something with Cash App for your taxes.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like the world of information is out there. We are missing all of the loops. It's so many loops into the world of coinage.
Apparently, there's currency in sucking toes because Joshua wants to suck Markel's toes.
Oh,
how do you know what my toes look like? They're pretty though. I'm just. But have we been in the scene where my feet's been out?
Girl, ew. Toes is nasty, y'all. I'm sorry.
I can't be. But you know what though? I'll pop a dick in my mouth quick.
That's not the same as a toe. Okay, so if you met somebody,
it's not the same as a toe.
If you said
dick in my mouth, like it's fucking Tic Tacs, bitch. Like damn.
YB, if he said you gotta suck my big toe first before you can suck my dick, would you do it?
That's kind of nasty because you don't want to swap areas, and I'm real particular about that. You know, like the most.
I mean, you may have like a little sock residue left over.
Oh,
It's giving salty. It's giving salty.
Yeah.
It's giving salty.
And conscious TV, do you have an OnlyFans?
No, I don't know why they ask. I don't know why they asking about a damn OnlyFans, because the only thing I would do in OnlyFans is teach Bible scriptures in OnlyFans.
Naked.
You know what?
Not naked.
Hey, the Lord. That's how the Lord preferred it. You know, that's the craziest thing about the Bible that got on my nerves. That's how I know God was a freak. He was mad that they realized that they were naked.
You're not gonna play with my God tonight. I don't know.
I'm just saying, God was like, damn, now Adam finna cover up that dick, Eve finna cover up that puss. Like, he was mad, girl.
They had a green leaf.
He was mad.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Robbie is sleepy. He needs rest.
Delirium is coming over.
Yes.
So Conscious TV, let me ask you a question.
Why?
Conscious, why don't you ever get into the web reality world as far as like all the other shows?
So I'm actually gonna.
The only reason I'm asking because you said something about G status. It was like season 3 is coming out. Like you was on top of that, but all the other shows you don't know.
Don't be calling me out, Markel. Don't be calling me out.
Listen.
But that is a part of what I want to definitely introduce to my platform. So in this season, I will be reviewing a Markel production and a RESSIEG production and be catering to my community in that way and helping to add any visibility and support that I can. So that is something that I'm going to intentionally make a part of what I'm going to be doing in the next season of my own platform. So it's coming for sure. Because I love you guys, and I really, y'all have really changed the game, like with this web series thing. I mean, it's given so many people the opportunity to really really have something that the mainstream industry wouldn't necessarily have afforded to us. And here we are affording it to ourselves. And so it's just big respect around all this. And so I really commend you all. And I'm going to do my part for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Even though they didn't really answer the question, but it's all right.
I'm ready to spread my wings and fly too, bitch. I'm ready to produce my own show.
Come on, Mariah.
Well, first of all, YB, you listen. It's time for you to start using the green screens, using the lights, and start putting some stuff together. You have no excuse when you got time to be grabbing those chapsticks and putting flavor to it. I need you to get in order. We done had too many conversations.
That's true.
You said next year, it's been 5 years
if he
now.
stopped seeing trade so much.
I've been delivered.
So much.
Stop riding around that car like Cat talking all the time. Get out that car and get behind the screen.
No, when I'm in that car, I'm on a mission though. I'm either on my way to the gym or on my way to from work. So I'm never
on the way to trade.
No trade. Well, sometimes you know, birth trade that we have a 5 child, so I gotta go get them sometimes. You know.
I'm surprised that they asking about my OnlyFans. I'm like, y'all need to be asking YB to put a camera to throwing that wolf pussy on them thugs and shit all up in them. Y'all, that's the OnlyFans bitch up here, honey. It's Miss YB who need to come through with the OnlyFans, baby.
Listen, question: If it was a guarantee that you would get at least that you would get $7,000 a month from OnlyFans, would you do it?
Hell yeah!
It's a guaranteed $7K a month.
Honey, I want that Jimmy Smacks money. Okay, like OnlyFans has changed a lot of girls' lives, and I'm ready to come on down because the price is right, bitch. Okay, like I'm ready.
How much would you charge a month?
Huh?
How much would you charge a month?
Oh, for the subscriptions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the girls be doing too much. I think porn. The reason I don't really subscribe to OnlyFans is because porn is free. Why am I going to pay for something that I can get for free? Or if you're a celebrity, I don't have to buy your stuff because some raggedy bitch is going to screen record your shit and it's going to end up on dirty Twitter. So, I don't really. If I were to do it, I'd probably charge like $10 a month because I don't expect people to spend like $25, $50. Like some people are really crazy. Sure. And I'm not going to spend no money for a 5-minute session because these niggas don't last. And I'm definitely not going to spend no money on no nigga who's neither a shower or a grower. Girl, please.
I got a friend right now who bringing in 28K a month off OnlyFans, and all he do is spit on his dick.
I'll spit on it too. Where he at? We can collaborate. I'm ready, girl. I'm tired of working is ghetto.
This has been fun, but I really do gotta go. I got some plans, so I gotta go.
It's late at night, child. The only thing you probably gonna do is please your man, honey. Lovers and friends. Tell me again and again and again.
You singing too fast. I'm about to do my part. You can't help it. You can't be lead and background.
I'm Mariah.
So confirm. Okay, you're Mariah and I'm Ariana. You're not. So you're not coming here in January.
Unfortunately, no, I'm not.
February.
I don't know yet. It'll be before the summer. Probably spring break. I don't know. I'm trying to work some things out.
I would say wait until it starts to warm back up. Like,
I love the cold weather because that's when trade gets lonely and they need warmth. And what better way to keep warm, honey?
They not coming.
I got a lot of husbands in Dallas. I got Wooda to entertain. His boyfriend I have to entertain.
Oh God.
Who else? Like Robert is waiting on me, child. Like he has the Hennessy ready. Yes, Robert is waiting on me.
When did he say?
Child,
thank you. When did he say that?
Child, in my dreams. You know what I'm saying? Valid. You know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying, Daddy. Don't nobody else need to understand Robert but me, because that's my man, bitch.
How do you feel about that?
Him and his friend Tony. I think his name was Tony.
Tony.
Oh, the cold is
in the red Solo cup and them ghetto ass slides he was wearing with the socks.
Not ghetto ass.
I live for that. That's so Trey don't slip on the tile when they fucking you from the back, girl.
Whoa.
Why you wearing it from the back?
I love it from the back. I love it. The doggy style child. Just roof this pussy, bitch.
Oh my God.
The worst socks are those black shirts, girl.
You know, I love the athletic boys. So to come over through an old nasty piece of toxic masculine ass Ithaca boxers on and your Nike New Balance, girl. Hello, God.
I like
New Balance.
I like men's feet being out during sex. I don't know.
Only my feet.
Who is paying
My
attention
feet
to
need to be out.
Where is he buying Nike New Balances?
At the swap meet with the monkey bread.
Monkey bread.
Done.
Yes, honey. I like to get bent over. I'm a big woman, honey. I'm 6'1", girl. I'm a big woman, so you have to fold me like a yard chair, bitch.
Like
I did not know you were that tall.
I'm tall, honey.
I
I always attract tall, skinny boys or short built dudes. That's why Robert and Tony and everybody else that I mentioned is perfect for me. Because I may be big, but honey, I'm foldable. I'm multi-dimensional with that fold, honey. Because Robert looked like when he get drunk and high, Rob look like he will fuck you down like the criminal they say he is. Okay.
This is what the relationship is gonna look like.
All right.
This is what the relationship is gonna look like.
This is what it's gonna look like because I'm gonna be open, bitch.
That is disgusting.
Yes, honey. Because Robert get on that Hennessy, girl, and all he gotta say is, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I know exactly what you say. Time to get on these knees to give thanks for this daily bread, honey. Okay. That's all it is. Don't worry, when I come to Dallas, me and Robert will be going in the back somewhere. Something's gonna happen. I don't give a fuck what it is.
I believe it.
Daily bread.
It doesn't matter, honey. It'll be at the
You want me
Last
to record
Supper.
it? You want me to
Hell
record it?
yeah. Because he'll try to deny it. He look like one of them niggas that'll fuck you and deny. Nah, I ain't let that nigga suck my dick in the bathroom at the event, child. I'm be like, yes, you did. It was me. Bitch.
At the event, girl. Y'all can do it after.
At the next Hennessy squeeze. Sure can't. The barbecue.
But
Did y'all even eat?
Oh, what about his man, YB? He got a man. What about his
Oh,
man?
not no more. From what I heard, they're not together no more.
Oh, okay. He fair game.
Damn.
Bobby, you comparing too much.
I have people everywhere.
Robert said that, though.
Yeah, they're not together no more, which is because of me. I told y'all me got a secret relationship. Corey found out and he got mad as fuck, child. And I was like, girl, don't be pressed because I suck dick better, bitch. You know? Sorry, Corey, none of that's true, but you know, hey.
Again.
Actually, Corey and Robert could have got it together. The hell, they both look good. Oh, Reesei, who was the light-skinned boy that was sitting in the far chair at Carrie D's listening party?
That's one of Robert's kids. That's Ali. That's one of his gay kids.
Okay.
And Ali, ooh, Jesus. When I tell you that boy is so fine.
Let me tell you, when he was sitting there, I was like, oh, bitch. And I wish we never did it. Okay.
Okay.
And I wish we never loved it. I say, yes, honey. Ooh.
But yeah, that's one of his gay kids.
Okay, well, Robert has a lot of people for me.
He's he is not a lot of people. He actually is if I'm not mistaken, like well known in ballroom for walking face. He's a Mugler.
He can walk on my face. Yes, honey, serve it.
Sit on mine.
Truth and justice. Just serve it. Order in the gay court, bitch. Yes. Because when I come up there, I expect a healthy gangbang to commence on the ballroom floor, honey. Come judge
exactly
me.
where to take you too. I know exactly where to take you.
Ooh, girl, don't tell me.
So during the day, Markel.
I'm coming the day after. I don't want to even end up in the same place. I'm just gonna come the next day because it's
I'm definitely going to put that in my calendar of things to do.
I fucking hate you.
I'm just saying, though, because, like, you know, that's been one of my fantasies. Just chain me up to a sling child and just let a whole bunch of people just take a turn, girl. But they got to be of power.
And the place that I can take you, they got to swing.
Oh, yes. Glory.
You think I'm playing? I'm so serious.
You think I'm playing? I'm so serious.
That's why I'm gasping because he is dead ass serious. That's why I'm literally the next day. That bitch is gonna get slutted the fuck out in Dallas. No.
No more than 4. Anything after that, I think is disgusting.
Not no more than 4.
That's what I'm saying.
It's when the
So you gotta
morality
cut off
kicks
at
in
4.
after 4, honey.
After 4, you just like, I draw the line at 4.
Period.
So you gonna have 4 different men babies walking around in you.
Oh no, because I'm gonna douche after everyone buzz. And I don't let people come inside of me. That's disgusting. They can come on my back. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Come
but
on,
clean it
back.
up. You know.
I'm not gonna say that.
Well, then again, I have to check their diet because not everybody's eating or drinking healthy, and everything looks like skeeted old dry milk, child, and I don't want none of that.
Oh my
I need
God.
a healthy, thick piece of something. You know. My mind went to another place. My mind's telling me no.
No.
But my body,
it's telling your ass to end this live too.
Yeah. Oh shit! I forgot. We ain't supposed to celebrate that, man.
Exactly. And you better hope they of age, because if not, your mind gonna be telling me yo, but your jail cell gonna be telling you yes.
Ooh.
They always of age.
Oh, sidebar. Y'all need to make sure y'all pick up a copy of Pursuit of Portia. She lays out her interaction with him in there, and it is some tease.
Oh, I saw you at her book signing, Reesei, on Insta.
Yeah, that's why I had went to Atlanta. I just wanted to support her for her first book coming out. You know, that's like a big deal because I mean we still keep in contact since I worked with her. Yeah, I just wanted to go and support her, and you know, of course, I just had to see my mama and stuff like that. So I mean, it just everything kind of all just
made sense.
Yeah, it just made sense. But yeah, it was a big deal. It was a big deal for her.
You know
like,
what?
now
I used to really like Portia, but the thing that took me was the trash that she displayed with the Candy situation in Phaedra. Like, I understand that she may have not played a direct role in that. She was just basically the naive person carrying the situation. Where you going, Markel? Putting on the good shoes, child, okay?
I told you I got somewhere to be.
Okay,
he's a runner, he's a track star.
Okay, it's late at night, child. What's happening? Nights like this, shorty, all I can do is
It's a Saturday night.
It's a Saturday night.
So y'all be turning up. See, I'm a boring asshole. You see, I'm just sitting here, child. After this, I'm gonna go to bed. Well, I'm lying. I'm probably gonna fuck somebody, child. But whatever.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna go out and get something to eat in a minute. So I mean, you know, it's a Saturday night, honey. Get out in these streets. See, it's cold.
I mean, I hate that it's
I can't deal.
it got cold today. Yesterday was.
I love layers, so that's why I'm glad it got cold. I love layers.
Perfect weather for a cute coat, honey.
Yes, I like the cold weather too because I can get my fashions on and my turtlenecks and my pea coats and my boots and shit. I can rip the runway in the winter like I want to.
I don't have time to put the seat warmers on. House gotta warm up, car gotta warm up, bundle up, scarf. I just want to be able to walk outside and go.
It is
hot, mate. Place where seasons change. I love a good snow. I used to love it
and stuff. Your skin be sticking to the seat, like
That's why I used to love
stop using that cheap Johnson Johnson.
You can't use that. It's giving the girls cancer.
Yes, honey. That goddamn Johnson powder, it done turn these whole motherfucking pussies into the blue waffle and shit. So they had to take that shit. They had to take that shit off the shelves, baby. They had to de-shelve that shit.
And you know what the crazy thing is? About 2 years ago, I had bought some because my feet have this thing of like sweating all the time. So I'm like, girl, everyone's like, well, just get you some powder. And obviously they were ghetto black bitches, child. And because I'm like, okay, girl, I guess I'll try it. And then as soon as I did that, I never finished it. I actually threw it away the other day. It's a full bottle and I bought 2 years ago because the girls kept saying it was giving the kids cancer. I threw that, child. I ain't using that shit no more. I guess I'm just going to be a sweaty foot bitch.
You know what you can use though? Actually, like an antiperspirant deodorant will work.
I never tried to use deodorant on my feet. That's interesting.
Yeah, I read somewhere that the antiperspirant, like whatever the chemicals isn't it in it that is for our underarms because it's like trapped heat constantly. Like it works in other places. So I would say try that.
Okay, I might try that.
Something else that might be helpful too is get you a spray bottle, some water, and some lemon juice. That also helps to dry your holes out and stuff. Keep you from leaking.
Well, yeah, I gotta go find me something to eat. I'm starving.
I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all's levels of honesty, transparency, togetherness, all of the good things. I look forward to all the projects that y'all got coming out. And I'm glad we were able to have this moment. God bless both of you. Be blessed and never stressed. Remember that health is wealth. And we are all rooting for y'all, okay? Peace and love.
Yes. And I need to set up a reading too with you too, YB.
Okay. We can do that.
I'm gonna call you tomorrow, Reese.
So we'll talk soon.
Okay, bro.
Oh,
All right, guys.
All right. Bye, y'all.
All right, bye.
Bye, Markel.
Go see those horses.
Oh.
You know what?
Girl.
Yes.
This was amazing.
YB
girl.
YB strikes again.
YB fucking Reframing, honey. Can always count on this bitch here.
I appreciate everyone. Things didn't happen the way that I thought that they were. I still got to find out what happened to my other special guest child. I will talk to him later and see what happened to him. But this was everything, and I appreciate everybody in the chat, even the bitches with the raggedy comments. You know, I appreciate y'all too.
Yes.
I sure do. Abby,
I don't know why hoes in the comment sections don't think that they can get dragged, bitch. I don't give a fuck if you in the comment section or have an avatar and don't have a picture. Like you can get dragged from the metaphysical to the physical to the spiritual, from it all.
Well, the thing that kills me is, you know, y'all come over here and obviously I haven't seen y'all before. There's a way to ask something. You know what I mean? I just think that if you really want me to focus in on your question, let it be a little bit tasteful. Otherwise, it just looks like you just want to be messy and you want to be extremely shady. So, you know, yeah. And a shout out to TTB for making it happen, for Reesei to come on over here. I appreciate y'all.
Shout out to TTB made one motherfucking phone call. He said, let me make a phone call.
Okay, yes. I appreciate the love. And yeah, child. So any last words from y'all?
I have a lot of hope for the web series industry that is manifesting itself. I know that we're going to have to be extremely patient. I know that we're working out reality. We are working out media and entertainment, and also working out our own personhood and humanity in this new industry. So I think that, of course, there's going to be a lot of like dynamics, but I'm just hoping that everybody can stay the course, because obviously there is something here, and I just think that that is worth seeing through to the end. So I'm really rooting for everybody. What?
I just received some tea, girl.
What?
I can't say that publicly though.
Oh. Is it bad?
I can't. We'll probably talk about that backstage.
Okay. Well, bye, so we can get backstage. Bye, everybody. Subscribe, comment, share. Make sure you Cash App thumbs up, baby, because thumbs up and helps with algorithm. If you as raggedy as YB would say, raggedy bitch who don't really like to be supportive like that, thumbing up helps with the algorithm. Thumbing up literally helps YouTube to recommend the channel and the content.
It may look the same, but it feels different.
Sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
Thumbing up, honey. This thumbs up and supporting everything so we can go be nosy.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, y'all. I can't give y'all that tea. It's not my place to spill that publicly. I apologize. But y'all know that's the only reason people give me tea is because I'm not going to spill the tea. You know what I mean? People won't trust me. You know what I mean? So, but all the chat, I love all of y'all. I apologize if I didn't get to everybody's questions. This was a very active live, and I do appreciate the level of engagement that we received here today. Make sure you guys support everyone's platforms. Thank y'all for the cash apps. Thank y'all for the love and all of the things. I'm gonna play this promotion thing real quick, and that'll end the live when that's done. So continue to like, comment, subscribe, and share, y'all. Hit the notification bell. That way you're updated every time that I'm uploading something new to the platform. And make sure you guys are following THECATXMEOW and all that he has going on. CONSCIOUZTV. Once I get done with this video, I will upload everyone's information into the description box for easy access to their platforms. All right.
Yes.
Take care, y'all. Love you. And bye.
Atlanta may look the same, but it feels different.
I got loyalty and blood. I do anything for love.
I'm gonna make a difference with my music. I just need to know that you're all in.
But you're defending for your friend.
What you're doing is stepping in some shit that has nothing to do with you.
It does. If you text me, it has something to do with me.
For me right now, it's dark. And I'm looking for the light.
They see people going up for our pictures and stuff, but they don't know what it takes to get to that point.
Don't sit here and say, oh, well, you weren't there. You can't have an opinion on it. You asked for that opinion.
It's not that I don't see you or I don't want to see you.
I don't care who
Let me
you
tell
see.
My point exactly. Oliver,
That's what happened.
you keep saying my name. Do you see that shit?
I was raised by the wolves. Ain't say fools.
All y'all hoes ain't got it.
You on this cast, the only reason you came back to this motherfucking group, bitch, is because of me. Bitch, you got in a fight with me, the big dog.
I was raised by the wolves. Ain't say fools.
I'm chasing Atlanta season 5, bitch.
Welcome to Dallas, Texas, where everyone wants to be. The city is big, but our community is small.
Bill's got the heat.
There's tons of fun, but there's also a lot of drama.
Right there.
We're the new kids on the block. They call us rookies. Dior is the one who's going to get to the bottom of things. Nothing gets past.
So what had you late? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Right into it before you even got a drink. We just went right. Yeah, I just had to go right into it.
Glenn is definitely going to keep you laughing and will question anything that doesn't make sense.
So, what the fuck just happened up there? How did you get stuck?
Fanning. All I can say about him is he's goofy, wild, really quiet. It's a wild combination, I know.
I like guys and girls biologically. End of the story.
Solo, he's definitely going to laugh at everything, but you'll have to wait to see what our dynamic gives.
You're not gonna do nothing. Yeah.
And then there's me, Juan. Wild, crazy, bangy, you know what's going on.
That's all I want to clear. It didn't come from me though. It didn't come from me though. It didn't come from me.
I know that Dallas may look like fun, but trust me, it's not what it seems. And this is Rookies.
I'ma need safety. Tell her I can't snake me. Ray gun off safety. My girl so tasty. Tell her it's your world.